And then just a sample test whether the sound is okay, even though it's ending up in the micro in the live stream. And that's awesome. All right. Day number 2, Reacticon. And together with Ben Marks. As in, you're wearing a weird little shirt, and that's not a joke. I think everyone in the Magento community knows about this.
It's okay. I still have orange stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. So actually, maybe before we have a little bit of a chat, what I would like to do is open up the conference in a more official style. So let me actually just share my screen and have a go at it. So Reacticon day number 1 took place yesterday with a lot of exciting talks about how to connect Magento to Laravel. Vue Storefront was there. We had a talk about Cypress, and I'm probably missing a couple of other talks, but it was exciting, I guess. Today is actually going to be about shopware, so hence it kind of like felt okay to have Ben Marks open up the conference. That's fun little pictures that he's going to share later on as well. So what is Reacticon? We did this already 3 previous times. The version 1 and 2 were actually taking place in Eindhoven in the Netherlands as a physical conference. Last year, because of COVID, we turned it into a virtual online conference, and likewise this year. And because of that, maybe the format is kind of nice and slick as well, as in 4 days, 31 speakers. And we're going to run this via Slack and YouTube. And actually, we're sitting inside a Zoom call, and everything is free of charge. So everyone is just able to join, able to watch back all of the talks that we have upcoming in the upcoming 3 days. So yeah, I would like to thank also the sponsors. Hufa is part of the game. They have a specific dedicated day on Thursday, so the last day of Reacticon 4. So make sure to join them there. We're also proud that actually Shopware itself is joining as a sponsor, but also with their own dedicated day with a lot of different talks about Shopware, obviously. We're also really glad to have Akuva join us as a sponsor. They're doing AWS hosting for Magento, and without doubt, theoretically also for Shopware. I'm not sure if they already promote that, but it's definitely really cool to have Akuva in here. And then actually, last but not least, Shipper HQ. Many thanks to Karen and her crew. We actually also had Travis Bernard, one of the developers, front-end architects, as you wish, have a talk yesterday about how Shipper HQ slowly moved from being a Magento-only party into different e-commerce systems, and therefore also adjusting their own front-end architecture towards let's say microservices, but he came up actually also with nano apps. And do make sure to watch back that talk if you haven't. And also want to thank all of the support sponsors and all of the community sponsors. So MaxSurf, Splendid, Magento Association, some kind of company called Adobe, and an XDN, the Extension Developer Network. Many things are coming up in the upcoming days. Today is actually really going to be focused upon Shopware with a little opening with Ben. And then about in 30 minutes time, we're actually really kicking it off with technical content with Dominic, focusing upon Shopware PWA. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name, but Kåre Nordman from Front Commerce. No, I'm not saying that. Frontastic. I was not saying that correctly. But he's going to do an excellent talk about basically his alternative front end, and actually how to plug that into the larger picture of composable commerce. Christian is going to be there with CI/CD. Then I'm also going to do a talk about Shopware PWA, just to get the hang of it. And then last but not least, Ramona with end-to-end testing based upon Cypress. And Björn, who actually got inspired last year with the Hufa talks about integrating Tailwind and Alpine in Magento. So basically he did the same thing for Shopware. And I think all in all, a lot of really in-depth content and hopefully definitely worth it. So yeah, a full day ahead of us, but actually then opening up with Ben. So again, hi Ben, you're a little bit sleepy?
Just a little sleepy, yeah. It's kind of the tragedy of flying from the East Coast of the U.S. to Europe. I'm currently sitting in London, and it's just those flights are so short. So even if you've got a good seat and you can fall asleep, it's just not enough. But I got my workout in, so I'm ready to go, and also take a nap on the train on my way to Birmingham today to go to IRX.
Cool. Yeah, because your role is now a little bit different from let's say 2 months, 3 months ago or so.
It is back in March I started, so it's about 6 or 7 months
already. Yeah, time is flying.
Yeah, it really is.
Because I think a lot of people know you from the Magento community, and for a lot of developers, when they were talking about somebody, do you know somebody from Magento itself / Adobe later on, they always mentioned your name, and you're a familiar face. But that was not necessarily the reason why I wanted to have you in here at Reacticon. Well, you're a friendly, familiar face, but your story is also kind of interesting because, you stepped over from Magento into Shopware, and I think that's just a personal decision, right?
No. I mean, I did it because I think everyone in the world should be running Shopware. I don't care what you do. Like, I don't care if you build houses for a living. Like, you should be running Shopware. No, yeah, of course, it was a personal decision, and thank you for for giving me an opportunity to state that once again. I was pretty deliberate in my when I stepped away from Magento. It was a good time for me to step away from Magento. I think I had done all that I could, and of course, I wish I could have done. I wish I could have done more, and I have a lot more to say about that. But if you want to hear that story, you have to find me in person. But
in Birmingham.
If I'm in Birmingham, I'll be back out in the world, assuming we don't have like another like a Lambda wave or something like that. No, it was a good time for me to step away, and it just so happens that there was Shopware, and I had in the Magento community, especially if you're in Europe, you know of Shopware because so many people from, especially the German-speaking part of the community, and even also the Dutch-speaking part of the community, are probably like 1 degree or no degrees separated from the Shopware world. So there was some exposure there, and it turns out once I started talking to the Hammond brothers, who were the founders back 20 years ago, and the rest of leadership, that there was just so much alignment in kind of the things that really got me excited. And they also kind of made it clear that I would actually be able to do things or able to execute on my own vision of things, which was something that wasn't always possible at my previous employer.
Yeah. Well, and I think it's also good to point out that you started a long time ago as a developer, but I think in the recent years it was much more connecting people, working more on the agency level. Is that also maybe a correct way of phrasing things?
Yes, certainly. So I guess I've always been a people person, and that's very clear. I enjoyed my time programming. I had to admit recently that I am a thoroughly lapsed developer. Actually, I think I still haven't even installed PHP Storm on my Shopware laptop. So yeah, I think my developer credentials are fully handed in. But it's okay, because it's much more important for me to leave it to the great developers out there. And we have, I know we have at least one speaking later today, Ramona. She is fantastic, and if you're interested in testing, for sure, check her talk out.
Yeah, and I think basically the reason why I also wanted to address that you're no longer a developer, it sounds a little bit harsh, but is also that basically your story should not be taken as an example of how and why the developers should hop from Magento to Shopware. So basically, actually, you having in this talk and also Shopware being part of Reacticon is not necessarily by saying, everyone leave the ship of Magento because it's dead and everything else, but basically just it's showing maybe that Shopware is inspirational. They're doing something at the right moment, at the right place in the market, or something.
I mean, they certainly are for me. And but anyone who knows me and has been to my talks, hopefully they got the impression that I mean, the nice thing about this world, this e-commerce world, is that there's plenty of money in it, right? So We have the fortunate position, whether you're an agency or a platform or a tech vendor, or a freelancer, whatever you're doing, like you have the option to pick the right platform for the merchants. Like the merchants should always be on the right platform. And for me, the right platform as an employer and as a chance to influence this market is Shopware. But certainly, like if I've been working in the Magento world, I mean, absolutely, like keep helping people with your experience and your knowledge. But also pay attention to what's going on. I mean, and I say that without bias. I mean, I think things are changing in the Magento world. But as time goes on, as Shopware continues to expand out into the world, I'm sure we'll evolve as well. So just pay attention to what your platforms are doing, and make sure that you're always focused on the merchant. And if you're a merchant, always focus on maybe yourself and other merchants. Just make sure everyone make sure you're doing the best thing for just for the ecosystem that you're in.
Yeah, and I think that's also kind of like summarizing what I intended to do with just having Shopware part of Reacticon. So it was already happening last year, but not necessarily because I personally want to push Shopware in the face of every Magento developer, but more that there's so many Magento developers in Germany and the Netherlands, as you say, that are simply seeing Shopware as a good alternative for their own clients and for themselves. And I think that's kind of like the stir in the Magento community as it is right now. People are leaving, people are staying in Magento on Magento 1, but it doesn't mean that the message should be abandon ship. The message is basically choose the right front end, choose the right stack that you prefer and that your client is helped by.
Well, no, I mean, and if you care about, if you really are invested in open source, which I did not even understand, as an American, like just sort of fairly new developer back in 2008 was when I got my crash course in layout XML and all that other joyous stuff. But like, you've got to support the community that you're in. I mean, that's what we're here for. And now how you support it, like support just means engagement, and engagement could be just like telling everyone to jump ship if that's the right thing to do. But hopefully a lot of people have supported the business that's there and the people that are there. So like Hiva is is an absolutely fantastic project. And honestly, if they'd gotten to me just a couple months earlier, who knows, I might have been part of the project there.
So Willem and Vinay, if you're listening in, there's a hidden message right here.
Okay. But I was actually, I forget what happened, but like somehow I ended up just seeing one of Vinay's tweets. I think I got tagged in like a retweet or something. I don't know, but like it was from like over a year ago when I think Vinay was featured in a video, which from Shopware.
Yeah, and he attended the conference, and basically everyone fell over that, basically saying he's leaving, he's leaving Magento,
and that's so. I mean, everything that's happening right now. I think I can say this, and I mean, gosh knows I have a lot that I want to say that I, again, I really can't talk about because it's just not my place anymore. But like I love Vinay. He's such a wonderful human being. But he said it well, and he said basically, someone said, "Hey, oh, I see you there. So you're leaving Magento for Shopware," and he basically said, "No, like I just want to enjoy developing. Like he's such a brilliant developer that he wants to, have fun developing, and he also wants to do what's best for his clients." Yeah, actually, and that probably it might even come first. I don't want to speak for him, but I know he really wants to take care of his clients. And at the time, he had plenty of clients that just really weren't being served by Magento, and certainly won't be served by Magento in the future. Now, since then, Hiva's come along, and I think you have day 4. So in 2 days' time, you have a Hiva day. It's worth checking out because it's all about developers enjoying developing, really just having fun what they're doing, which also hopefully is part of what this conference is about.
Yeah, and actually today as well with Shopware. So there's basically slowly kind of like an overlap between Magento and Shopware, and I think that's just the reality that If you compare things, and definitely without HUFA and other PWA technologies, then compared to Magento, Shopware is a lot simpler, as in a simpler architecture, but still the stuff that you can build with it is pretty advanced.
Man, you're doing my job for me. I mean, yeah. So that's my, again, not developer anymore, but that's my investigation. Like when I'm chatting with the agencies who do who have done both and do both platforms, it's sort of just Shopware made a right decision and built Shopware 6, our current version, from scratch, and really just relied on the framework conventions from Symfony rather than build a lot of interstitial stuff, which is neither right nor wrong. So I'm not casting aspersions at Magento, but basically there's a lot of flexibility that you get when you have all this interstitial stuff, but there's a lot of complexity, maintenance, overhead, and so forth. So yeah. I'm happy to be in a place where I think people can build really cool stuff. I'm also, glad that there is this other project out there that may help make Magento make sense for especially smaller merchants for a little bit longer.
Yeah, and to be fair, so yesterday we also had the guys of Vue Storefront attend and give 2 talks. And actually today we're going to see 2 talks, one of my own, but also with Dominic Klein next up. 2 talks about Shopware PWA, which is actually also Vue Storefront. And then we should not forget also about day number 3. Reacticon is going to be focused upon Magento PWA Studio. And the story between developers who are hopping from Magento to Shopware is kind of like the same story that a lot of developers are taking when heading to HUFA or when heading to PWA Studio or Vue Storefront. It's basically that we no longer need to make a single choice for a single front end with Magento, but basically there's multiple alternatives available. And if you swap out the front end and the back end, then theoretically you could end up with Shopware. Likewise, you can end up with multiple different platforms out there, making it basically possible to make the right choice for you, your client, and well, the ecosystem that you're in, basically.
Yeah, I mean, so what do you think? So it's really interesting how much front end development has evolved since since you and I kind of started in this business. I mean, back then, a developer could theoretically do it all, but now I think really great front end developers, or developers in PHP open source e-commerce, really know they know a lot about the JavaScript domain. They know a lot about what's happening client side. Do you think that developers should focus on a platform, or do you think they should focus on a front end technology and just assume that what I think is going to happen is just platforms are going to become more and more or facilitate more and more agnosticism when it comes to how developers want to build stuff?
Well, so first of all, I think that's totally well. It's both of those choices that are totally fine to make. So it's either that you focus upon a platform, because even if you would build a Vue front end on top of Magento or a React front end on top of Shopware, even though that front end doesn't exist maybe out of the box, or maybe with the help of Vue Storefront, etc., it does. But then you're still relying upon the Magento backend to be functioning in a certain way, and the Shopware backend likewise. So I think the reality is actually that the front end is something that you need to choose for a specific technology that fits you best, but that could theoretically be the front end that is bundled with the e-commerce platform itself. So, for instance, Shopware itself has a Twig-based front end, and there's not much wrong with it. However, the reality is that the number of choices is simply expanding. As a full stack developer, the stack is slowly becoming so full that it's basically impossible. So I've been calling myself a long time
a two full stack developer.
Exactly. Yeah. So I've been calling myself for a long time a full stack trainer, because then you need to have less practical experience to still explain and help developers get started. But for me, even that role is becoming obsolete. I need to make choices. And that's basically also where I hope that Reacticon steps in to guide you into some of the choices to be made there.
Oh, I get it. There's some really smart people on the internet right now. There's just a lot of not smart people.
I think so.
I might be among them, but so smart people I pay attention to are like Web Smith, and I think he's at Web on Twitter. He's been saying for a long time that like the generalists, like being a generalist is the smart thing. And I feel like actually development 10 years ago, it was a lot easier to be a generalist, right? I mean, you might use bash scripts and then go to CSS and then switch to Photoshop and like slice out little button elements, because before CSS got mature, and you could do all this stuff, but it does seem like that things are maturing more and more, so that you might even be still a generalist, but your generalism is going to be a little bit more bounded.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's
but
that might be the case.
Yeah, and I think that's also touching upon like the difficulty of having all of those different choices available. You actually need to be a generalist to make that choice, because otherwise, if you only know a couple of options in that choice, then actually the choice is going to be biased and opinionated and etc. So the more general knowledge you have about a thing like Hufa, but also Tailwind and Alpine within Shopware, the more you know about Shopware PWA, the more you realize that there's also a React front end for Shopware PWA as well, or for Shopware as well. So to make the choice, and to make the choice to be an educated choice, you need to have general knowledge. But the reality as a programmer, as a developer, is that you can't be a specialist in all. So then you are choosing amongst all of those different choices your own personal pick, and that's kind of like leading in there as well.
Well, and and I guess sort of a little bit getting kind of swinging this back towards the theme of this, this slot. I think it's wise of agencies and freelancers to not focus specifically on one platform if it can. I mean, if you're doing great as a single platform person, cool. Just pay attention. Again, like I said earlier, just pay attention to the trends. But like, I think it is. I think we are seeing some shifts happen, and I think it is a good time to pay attention to like the training opportunities, like the classes that you've done that are, I think, freely available from Shopware Academy for people who have Magento knowledge to at least get introduced to Shopware and take what they know. I mean, the great thing about you being a trainer is, as a now also former trainer, just I really like that people can take what they've learned and have a shortcut and apply that to a new platform. If you can make the investment, carve out the time for it. We're doing our best to expand the market in Europe, expand the market in North America, and also with a view towards being worldwide. Not necessarily plug. I mean, just a little bit of a plug, because it's my job. It's my shirt.
Can. Yeah. Go ahead.
But it's also, I do like options, and I do like people being equipped to choose, again, to be able to choose the right platform for the emergence, and be able to just enjoy developing. Yeah. Like that's like, at the end of the day, like the cool thing is right now, I mean, developers have so much choice. Developers have all the leverage. Like you can learn something and you can go pretty much anywhere you want to go. So it's really on the platforms themselves to make sure that the technology, and the ecosystem are worth your time and enjoyable.
Yeah, and I think that's a good summary of like where the vision of Reacticon also came from. Yeah. There's a lot of choices to make, and basically as soon as the program settled for a single day on Shopware, a single day on PWA Studio, a single day on Hufa, that program was already opinionated. So I just wanted to say also that a lot of Magento people are considering not Shopware, but other alternatives like BigCommerce and Shopify and etc. And all of those choices are simply fine. And that was basically also one of the reasons to have you here, to basically say to you, Ben, you're not evil from by going from Magento to Shopware. It's kind of like something that we do sooner or later. We change careers, we make different choices. And that's actually like the healthy thing to do right now on the front end part as well.
Yep. No, for sure. And of course,
so you need to go.
No. I think my phone is telling me that my package is here. Anyway, so you guys get to listen to the phone ringing in the background.
Exactly.
And I know we need to kind of wrap it up, right, to get over to the next thing. So I actually want to just hand you maybe an easier segue, which is like one of the interesting developments that in the past few years, and when I was part of Magento, I mean, we went back in like 2016, like Alan Kent and Peter Sheldon and me, like we went over to Google headquarters and we started talking with them about PWA and trying to bring PWA into like open source commerce, because, you know, Google is trying to do this thing, and Google is trying to always do the thing they do. But PWA, whether you like it or not, I'm actually just talking about being a generalist and having sort of generally applicable knowledge. PWA, you know, it ain't perfect, but one of the things that does make it work, whatever you think about it, is that it's several different lanes of incremental improvements that actually do make things better for the web. So I'm looking forward to all the content that's coming up on PWA. Looking forward also to seeing what my former colleagues are doing tomorrow, and I hope that everyone else gets a lot out of it.
Yeah. And I think that will definitely be the case. So we still have 3 days coming up with all kinds of topics. So it's going to be a blast, I guess. So Ben, it was awesome to have you here and opening up the second day of Reacticon focused upon Shopware. So a lot of your new colleagues are popping up to give a talk about Shopware PWA, and you already mentioned Ramona as well. But I think everyone else is just we're going to put down an excellent program. Both for Shopware developers that are already into Shopware itself, and hopefully for them it's going to be inspiring enough anyway, and definitely for anyone new to Shopware coming from Magento theoretically. It's going to be an excellent day, and thank you for sharing your thoughts and opinions and vision with us. For the final time? No, not for the final time. Let's do this again.
I hope next year we can do it in person. No, so thank you so much for giving me and for me and Shopware a spot here at Reacticon, and for all the developers and everyone else out there. I really hope you get a lot out of this event, and I look forward to hearing from you, Ben at shopware.com.
Awesome. Thank you, Ben. And everyone listening in, we're going to do a 5-minute break, and then actually kick in the talk with Dominic about Shopware PWA and a couple of thoughts of how to fit that into a larger picture. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes' time. No, so actually, if you, we're just waiting for that. But yeah.
Okay.
All right. So I think we're live again. Yep, we are. And live with Dominic. Hi, Dominic.
Hi, yes. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, good to have you. And every time that I'm in a call with you, I'm always wondering like where you're at in Portugal or Germany, but currently in Germany.
Exactly. Currently in Germany, in the transition or kind of preparing to move back to Portugal right now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think in preparation of Reacticon, we sat down together with the two of us to come up with a couple of topics, a couple of ideas. And you're really into Shopware PWA, and personally, I'm actually also organizing Shopware PWA trainings. So yeah, it was kind of like nicely fitting in to have two talks about Shopware PWA. Driving maybe people to use this form of view storefront. So yeah, maybe instead of just talking too much about this myself, I should just hand it over to you. So yeah, if you're good to go, just share your screen and take it away.
Sure. So yeah, first of all, again, thanks for having me around. It's my second time at Reacticon, at least as a speaker. Always been following it a little bit throughout the past years, because I think there's just a lot to learn, to just look left and right and not always just focus on the things that you're doing. And yeah, my talk's going to be on Shopware PWA today, a little bit more focusing on the high level, visionary, kind of philosophical parts of it, why we chose to do it. And afterwards, Jisse obviously is going to complement this talk by presenting some more technical insights, some more hands-on things. So yeah, Shopware PWA as a platform beyond storefront is the topic of my talk today. We built Shopware PWA, or we introduced it about 2 years ago. And since that, we've seen quite a few merchants from different markets, different verticals, different regions and types of products picking up on that approach to really build some interesting, outstanding web stores based on. And we see it in the variety of merchants that picked up on it, that it's really kind of a venture of us into the right direction, to see people really picking up on that. And that kind of shows us that there's a space for us to invest and to venture into. However, I would say PWA, or I would make an argument that PWA is not necessarily the right way in Shopware to go for every single project. And I'd actually argue that for most projects, if it's chosen for the wrong reasons or the wrong motivations, it can lead to serious over-engineering or wrong focus within your development. However, on the contrary, I think there's a lot of potential, because Shopware PWA can be used in a variety of different ways that complement our API first or headless approach. And we don't really know what it exactly is, but we know that there's a lot of potential and a lot of scenarios that Shopware PWA as a framework or as a platform can be applied that goes beyond a simple application like a storefront where you can filter products and go shopping. And in this presentation, I'd like to take some time to explain our vision on this and how Shopware PWA fits into the picture of how Shopware understands front end. Let me start with a bit of history, though. Shopware 5 was released in 2015 with the motto or the claim, emotional shopping on any device. And it was really good at doing that one job it was supposed to do, which was serving an online shop, making it easy for merchants to do all the process in the background and be responsive, provide an interface, and be very extensible through plugins, through themes, and so on. However, I would say, nicely put, it was very vertically integrated. In other words, it was quite a cumbersome piece of monolith. which is why we decided in 2019 to rewrite it, or actually to rewrite a shop system from the ground up, which we refer to as Shopware 6, using the claim, your freedom to grow. Shopware 6 was, as I said, written from the ground up. It came with lots of API endpoints. In essence, it was completely headless, which means that every piece of functionality that is served by the core of the system was provided through an API. However, also Shopware 6 came together with a storefront that was server-side rendered, just like Shopware 5 did. And yeah, it was kind of the same on the surface, but very different in on the inside. So it was around winter 2019, 2020, when we decided that it would be a good choice to build a single page application based on the foundation that we have with Shopware 6. And it was around that time also that we started talking to the guys of Vue Storefront to kind of ask them whether they would be interested in cooperating with us in that project, building a single page application based on Vue.js for Shopware 6. And this is pretty much where we're at right now. We have a completely decoupled single page application, which is built around the functionalities and the features of Shopware 6 only, and it communicates to the API and really follows best practices for Vue.js development. And it's really easy for people that come from this space to find their way around. However, what I want to talk about in this presentation is, why did we as Shopware, as an e-commerce platform, actually decide that it would be a good idea to provide two platforms or two front ends at once, right? So first, having the full flexibility of a decoupled front end that follows a headless approach, and at the same time have this rich featured, widely customizable storefront based on server-side rendering and a theming engine, and this more classical approach. And I would like to show you why, in our opinion, these both can and should coexist, and then eventually the merchants will also benefit from that approach. So for us, one of the main reasons to start working on Shopware PWA was a simple but an effective one. We strongly believe that a lot of it ultimately comes down to developer experience. As a developer, you might have a certain expectation or understanding of how you think an application or framework or a tool that you're using is going to work, right? And you as a developer are often the one who makes technical decisions in order to fulfill business requirements. So for that reason, we at Shopware or with the Shopware PWA team, together with Vue Storefront, we had to plot an early strategy about how we want people, developers, to work with Shopware PWA. However, one of the challenges we soon found out to be was that even this target group, us developers, does actually come quite fragmented if we start from the Shopware ecosystem, for example. So let me try and elaborate on this. Some of the developers, I'll call them the full stack engineers, and it's a little bit funny talking about this because Jesse and Ben talked about this earlier. These full stack engineers, as I refer to them, had a background in the classical Shopware development. They were used to developing everything within a single stack, using server-side rendering. They were aware of page controllers, and they were aware of, being able to inject variables right into that template, and everything was kind of working in one thing. In other words, another plugin will do the job. The second group, I'll call them the hipsters. They had experience in Vue.js or in general front-end development with reactive frameworks such as React, such as Vue.js, such as Angular. And what they were expecting was an application that would maybe do the heavy lifting of the API communication, the authorization and the state management and so on, and maybe the implementation of some PWA specific features, but they weren't expecting to really work on the backend part of it or build anything that would kind of extend the API or something. They just want to work in the front end. That's what they're good at. And they ideally want us to not make any assumptions about the front end at all. In other words, all I need is an API and NPM, but please keep away all the PHP sided part. And yeah, as you can imagine, those are two quite complementary approaches that we try to serve at the same time, because we figured these would be our target groups for Shopware PWA. And given these two target groups, why did we come up with this specific architecture? So we figured that we need different levels of abstraction, different levels that can allow us to work, or allow developers to work and extend Shopware PWA to whatever level of developer experience they need, or whatever level of logic they need to be able to extend the application. And all of that, obviously, without sacrificing the clean application architecture in itself that makes the whole approach so powerful. So as you can see right there, Shopware PWA comes as a framework consisting of these three layers: the API client, the composables, and the default theme. And each of those layers has an inherent, well, kind of reusability baked into it that makes sure that you can use it in different environments. And I want to take some time to try and explain how that helped us serve these two groups, which I explained before, at once. So I'm going to start with the hipsters this time, because it is uncommon, but in this case, they were kind of the ones easier to please. They are familiar with technologies like static page generators. They're familiar with using APIs from the front end. They just understand backends as an API, which is, of course, an abstract. It's an abstraction of the backend, but it helps understanding or focusing on the front end part. So what we provided them with was, for example, an API SDK, the API client, which they can use to build any application based on JavaScript that needs to communicate with our API. So they can just leave out the rest of Shopware PWA, but still use that part. We also provide them with business logic, things such as filtering a listing of products, performing searches, making interactions in the cart and the checkout, or being able to handle errors from the API. All that part, all that business logic is built into the composables layer. And as such, it is reusable without the whole theme on top of it. Then there is Nuxt.js as a front-end framework, which they're probably familiar with, which comes, for example, with plugins, which comes with routing built in, all of that very nice, fancy features that the hipsters are really going to like. And then on top of that, they also get some features like inheritance, being able to override components, being able to mount custom JavaScript components into slots. Something that they wouldn't necessarily expect from an application called Shopware PWA, but that they probably figure is still nice to have. So this is kind of how we satisfied that group of developers. Now, shifting over to the other group of developers, which I refer to as the full stack engineers, what they have is an integrated extension system. In other words, they are able to still write plugins the way that they used to. So all their source code is in one place. They are able to extend the Shopware API functionality in the same plugin, in the same piece of code, as they're able to extend the front end of Shopware PWA. And I think Jisse is going to show you exactly how to do that with his next talk. There is a theming system which they're pretty much used to from the way that, for example, Shopware used to work in version 5, but the storefront that's shipped with Shopware also works in version 6. And their development is based off these themes, and the changes are made in a backwards compatible manner. And everything's kind of based around the theme, and specific changes are rather added to the theme instead of how hipsters might do it. Just they throw away the theme and build a new one from the ground up. And then there's also some familiar things, some familiar mechanisms within Shopware PWA, such as events that they can also use, and that kind of resembles the developer experience that they used to. So as you can see, both of these groups kind of find their satisfaction in using Shopware PWA. At least our way of interpreting the approach that we've taken and justifying the decisions that we've made show or tell how these developers or these groups of developers can work with Shopware PWA. However, saying all of that, I want to really underline that we are far from thinking that the days of more traditional storefront approaches, like the one that Shopware, for example, ships with, the one which is server-side rendered, that these days are counted. I would say quite the opposite. For many merchants, it is the better choice because it offers a lot of flexibility for low project complexity. It doesn't bring all this added complexity of having API communication. It is able to deliver pretty fast websites. And for web stores with a lot of traffic and a lot of static content, which most web stores arguably still are, it's an easy argument to go with such a foundation instead of Shopware PWA and over-engineering when it's not what you need. And I just want to kind of make people sensible about this this decision making, because very often I hear PWA being taken as a kind of a synonym for fast website or a perfect mobile experience, which is simply not true. And I think it's kind of our job as Shopware to also well, give a clear direction and a purpose about the vision of our products, to not let people have a wrong understanding of what we're doing. However, still e-commerce infrastructures, in our opinion, are, or by our observation, are becoming more and more dynamic, horizontally integrated, meaning that there's many services involved in the front end and also individual per merchants, as we can also see in the reference projects of Shopware PWA. So this space certainly is opening up for more dynamic approaches that Shopware PWA supports. So we think that we built a tool that can help merchants make this choice to transition into the new era and provide sensible interfaces that really leverage the added functionality of our API or the flexibility of our API, and also our front-end frameworks. It is not only an alternative storefront, but it also is a set of logic that complements the API of Shopware in order for us developers to build custom user experiences based on. And we can reuse a lot of it. We can reuse a little bit of it. We can only use the API clients. We can use the logic part, or we can use the theme to have something that gets us going very quickly. And we think that is what the headless approach ultimately is about. It's not about, well, we all love Vue.js and we love Axios, and this is why we have to build an API and build a PWA based on this. It's kind of the other way around. We figure that distinct individual and personal user interfaces require more flexible front-end technologies, and these technologies unleash their power, their reactivity, in combination with thoughtfully designed and concise backend interfaces, such as the Shopware API. And this is kind of our way of thinking about Shopware PWA as a whole, and justifying our venture into this space of applications. So this whole part was quite philosophical and high level, as I already said in the beginning, or warned you in the beginning. However, I don't want to end on this philosophical peak, but I also want to show a bit of what we've been working on lately, and what's the latest project that we at Shopware are actually working on right now and realizing upon Shopware PWA. Obviously, one of our core goals as a company, as Shopware, is to enable our merchants to provide outstanding customer experience or shopping experience to their customers. Obviously, the CMS that we have in Shopware plays a big role in that. However, we wanted to take it a step further, and together with one of our customers and one of our partners, the project called Guided Shopping was initiated. Guided Shopping is an extension based on Shopware PWA, which allows for real-time communication between merchants and their customers within the web store. So they can not only talk, but also browse a prepared presentation together. They can go through products, filter them together, fill their cart in a collaborative manner, or have a look at the liked products of customers and so on. Just have a dialogue about the products that the merchant is selling to the customer, have a consultation, have a more engaging experience between those two. And the best thing about this, it is built right into Shopware PWA. As you can see on these slides, we have, example in the left corner, we have a video of the merchant who is talking to the customer, and the merchant can show the different products, browse the different variants, but also in real time, pull up a list of alternatives and show them to the customer. This whole application was based on Shopware PWA, and I want to show why we made that decision and why that kind of backs the whole visionary statements or strategical statements which I made earlier during this presentation. So simply said, the goal was to provide a highly interactive and highly reactive application to our merchants and the customers who use it. So we also wanted to separate the front-end development from the API development, again, because of reusability. So what you see on this diagram is a short overview about the real-time communication that takes place in a constellation of guided shopping. So you have a guide and you have one or multiple attendees attending the presentation. And then those obviously use Shopware PWA to enter the presentation, to watch the presentation and everything. The Shopware Guided Shopping extension does extend parts of the PWA, of course, and then uses the APIs to communicate changes, communicate interactions towards the Shopware backend, which is also extended by parts of the Guided Shopping application. And then there's a real-time server involved that publishes those interactions back to the attendees or to the guides involved in the presentation. And for example, this part of the architecture, but also for many other reasons, it was pretty clear for us that Shopware PWA would be the correct foundation to base this upon. However, I said reusability was a critical decision or a critical milestone for us within this project that we wanted to strive after. So we also follow the same architecture within the Guided Shopping extension as we do in Shopware PWA. On the first level, we start to build an SDK based on the endpoints that are added through this extension. Then, based on this API SDK, we are building a set of composables, a set of logical or state-containing components, which are reusable by definition. And I just brought some examples for you here. For example, the appointment composable, which allows the whole control of a user appointment, joining an appointment, starting an appointment, checking for appointment-related meta information. A more abstract composable, but still very interesting because it deals with the real-time communication, is the use observer composable, which lets you publish things that happen to different people who are subscribed to this stream of events. And then on the right side, you can also see the use video call composable, which kind of allows you to enter a new video call to share the stream information with your application, to mount the video into your application, just a set of components or a set of functionalities that makes it easier for you, even if you want to build your front end based on something else than Shopware PWA, to reuse it and be a step closer to having a finished project. And we think this is the way of venturing into this decision space between building everything by yourself, kind of based on a headless e-commerce backend or based on an API, or having everything out of the box, maybe having it configurable, but having it very complex. And since in guided shopping, we also follow this approach, we think that, and we hope that people are going to use it to build their custom front ends based on the abstraction layers that we provide them with. And because I think there's going to be some questions regarding the current timeline of this and what the state of this is and whether it's going to be public, all I can say by now is that we're planning it to be ready by mid of next year. It's certainly going to be an extension that is available for Shopware merchants. However, for right now, we can't really say to what extent the whole project is going to be open source. But I just wanted to give a short introduction into this, see how we leverage the architecture of Shopware PWA, and also how we are able to build fairly complex extensions based on this architecture, and give you a bit of an insight on that. And with that, I will already wrap it up. If you want to find out more about this project, what we're also working on, or more about what we're planning in the whole space of Shopware PWA, make sure to follow our Twitter accounts at Shopware and at Shopware Devs, or just reach out to us also at View Storefront or my personal handle at Elkmod. Feel free to follow us. And that's pretty much it. I hope you found something in there for you, and I'm looking forward to any of your questions.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Dom. Great presentation, great talk. And as you mentioned, it's a little bit more abstract, but you ended up showing code anyway, well, or the different functions and properties of a certain composable function. I'm not sure if we have any specific questions, but I had a couple of a couple of questions on my own, specifically about like the guided shopping project and solution that you guys are building. So in the diagram of the network, there was this server in between the Shopper 6 backend server and Shopper PWA, and that was called Mercure.
Yes.
So what kind of solution is Mercure?
Mercure is a custom protocol that allows for real-time communication between different clients, but through this server. So it has great integration, for example, for Symfony. You can just use it as a package to write your write custom interactions that you're going to publish through the Mercure server. You can host it on your own, but there's also hosting services for Mercure, which you can just book. And then on the client side, you can simply pick up on these subscriber topics through the Mercure protocol. Yeah.
Oh, and then basically it's connecting to the PWA by using push notifications, or it's more based upon something like WebSockets.
I'm not entirely sure. It's certainly not WebSockets, but I think it's a persistent connection between the client and the Mercure server.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, to make it real time.
Register event subscribers on that to pick up on the messages coming in.
Yeah. Well, and then actually the choice, like you mentioned it, is kind of like clear that to build this on top of Shopware PWA, even though it's a completely new architecture if you're familiar with the traditional shopware front end. I think actually once you dive into Vue and Nuxt, as you mentioned it kind of makes sense because there's the PWA approach instead of actually trying to convert these PWA specific features like the Mercurial server into a front end that well fits less. So it's kind of natural to implement all of these features because shopware PWA is a PWA.
Exactly. Like this whole idea of guided shopping is that whenever the guide clicks somewhere, the customer is automatically ending up at the same place. Whenever the customer sees something, the guide will immediately get feedback about this. So there's a very inherent reactivity to this application. Another thing is like the guide can switch between different types of slides, and based on the slides, on the context of this, the guide will be able to see different information to tell to the customer. So all of this has a very dynamic nature, which is just way closer to implementing that when using Shopware PWA or in general Vue.js as a foundation to build this upon. And one of the great things about the approach that we're doing this in is we can actually reuse parts of the PWA implementation to build a guided shopping environment within our existing storefront. So we can reuse parts of the business logic. We can even reuse parts of the components. However, the styling will be kind of messed with. But in general, this approach is more inclusive also when you're thinking about the storefront that Shopware comes with.
You mean also because of the composables in Vue being based upon plain JavaScript that is easily converted into the normal Shopware storefront, or
you can what you can do is pull the dependencies of the composables layer into your storefront, and then build the user interface based on. You can also, of course, you can use Vue.js. You can pull Vue.js as a dependency into your storefront, and then kind of rebuild the user interface, but pick up on the existing logic that's underneath.
Yeah. So there's basically multiple ways of getting there. However, like as soon as you were showing also the intention of using those composables anyway, to me that's kind of like the success of Shopware PWA, that there's a focus not necessarily upon the output, not as in the presentation of all of those HTML and CSS snippets, but instead you're if you're diving into Shopware PWA, you're being treated with the Vue approach. So here's a couple of functions, a couple of composables. You know how to build your own Vue components, so let's just do it. And I like it that actually with the guided shopping project, that's kind of like the same approach. We actually have a question also coming in from a certain S. Paul. Regarding Shopware PWA, is there a plan to let Shopware PWA become a first-class citizen in Shopware itself instead of actually requiring an extension? And that might actually be referring to the ElkMod extension, the Swag Cody.
The Swag Shopware PWA extension, probably. Exactly. So this is something I think I haven't mentioned throughout the talk. So there is a small extension with two Shopware-specific Shopware PWA-specific API endpoints, which you have to install in order to get Shopware PWA up and running, which is actually currently the only reason Shopware PWA cannot be used within Shopware Cloud projects. But there's certainly a plan for us to pull this into Shopware itself, and hence be able to deploy Shopware PWA straight along with Shopware without requiring any extension on top.
Yeah.
And also greetings to Stefan.
Exactly. Yeah. He also had a follow-up question regarding the guided shopping. That's kind of like following what I was asking. Are you using WebRTC, using a dedicated server for Handshake, and then going into a P2P point-to-point connection?
I think this is handled through some type of JSON Web Token authentication. I think it's done through the API, but I'd have to lie if I'm honest. So
yeah,
feel free to reach out. We can clear that up.
But if I understand it correctly, the composables within Shopper PWA are simply based upon a client that is also made available by Mercure server or Mercure to just do the thing in JavaScript.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like explaining also why you're still in depth about Shopper PWA, but less in depth about this specific part of the guided shopping procedure. But yeah, so I think actually it gave a lot of insight also in like what to do with Shopper PWA in general. So it's not only about the guided shopping part, but it was also basically explaining that Shopper PWA is not going to replace the current front end. It's basically going to be there, in line with the normal procedure. However, it might be a nice addition if you know your way around Vue and Nuxt. And I think everyone who's familiar with Vue Storefront should definitely just also take a look into Shopper PWA. Any final words or?
No, I think you wrapped it up pretty nicely.
Yeah, sorry for that.
I just want to thank you a lot for having us on today, and I'm really looking forward to the upcoming content today and also the next days. I learned from last Reacticon that it's not only the days about shopware that I learn a lot, but especially the ones which are not about shopware, because there's so much happening, and really looking forward to it.
Awesome. So Dominic, so much thank you for being here as well. I think it was a nice little kickstart of the Shopware Day to dive into, well, Shopper PWA, but also the normal storefront and all kinds of other topics related. Next up is actually kind of like a competitor to Shopper PWA, Cora Nordman from Frontastic. He's going to talk about his product and his platform, I think a little bit sideways, because he also has a focus on a more generic topic, composable commerce, and how that might fit in with Shopware. But that's kind of like the idea here as well. We've got the Shopper Storefront and Shopper PWA, but it's nice to have alternatives and different choices that we could rely upon. So that's coming up in about 7-8 minutes time. So let's take a break for now, and hope to see you back in a few moments. And we're live again. Hi, Kore, or Kore, if I'm pronouncing it now correctly enough.
Correctly. Hi.
Good to meet. So actually, you were almost like one of the late arrivals in the Reacticon program. But as soon as we started to chat about the topic, I thought like, oh, but this is it. This is basically the idea that we're trying to spread. Because you're a part of the company called Frontastic.
Correct.
Are you going to explain a couple of things about Frontastic in your upcoming slides?
I will do so, at least very briefly. I won't do a product presentation, of course, but I will explain of the background of it. Yes.
Yeah, and that's awesome because, a shortcut there, Frontastic could be kind of like an alternative to the normal Shopware front end and Shopware PWA. So that basically more choices, that's kind of like the message that we have at Reacticon. More choices is good, even though it's a little bit harder to make a proper educated choice. But that's why we have all of these talks. So yeah, let me just hand it over to you and take it away. So go ahead.
Thanks a lot for the introduction. So let's get started with that. So the topic is composable commerce on top of Shopware, and being a front-end alternative for Shopware as a backend and using Shopware purely API first. So, but before jumping deeper into the topic, I want to talk first about what do I mean with composable and why is it actually something we might want to talk about or we might want to think about. The main point for me and also for Frontastic, a thing we identified a couple of years ago is that basically no commerce site today is only built or be powered by a single backend anymore. You of course need your commerce backend, but you usually will add additional backends. This could be content from content management systems. This can be recommendations. This can be comments. This can be whatever. So even agreeing on appointment in retail stores, for example, we have APIs for all of that all over the internet, and we might want to make use of that. And this might or might not be simple with the platforms you're using, but Frontastic is all about aggregating or creating a front end for those APIs, and especially creating a front end for all the headless APIs out there. And Shopware is one example because with the API, we have a headless backend we can use, and we can make use of that inside of Frontastic. I want to talk about something else because this might differ from your average e-commerce project, and your mileage might vary here because as Jesse mentioned, there are many choices to make, and for different problem spaces, different solutions are the correct ones, and Frontastic might not always be the correct solution for your problem or for the e-commerce site you are building. So I want to explain a little bit about the assumptions or the background where Frontastic might be the right choice for you. One thing we focus on is continuous innovation over the Big Bang. So what even I have seen in the market for many years now is that brands have to relaunch their e-commerce site every 3 years, and usually they switch vendors. So maybe even back and forth between Shopware and Magento because the current project fails. The tech debt went up too high and they have to redo everything. This is not what we believe in. We believe not in one-shot deals where you deliver the one solution for your e-commerce project once, but we believe in continuous innovation. We believe that marketing and business especially, that they believe the target group best and want and are able to deliver this constant improvement of conversion rates basically of conversion rates. That's the most important thing after all for e-commerce sites. So, and we want to enable them doing that even without developers. I will get back to this topic later and also explain why we think, or I think this is kind of important also to make your life as a developer easier and nicer actually. The next thing we believe in that there is constant market evolution and innovation. So the correct backend right now might not be the correct backend even for the same domain. Let's talk about ratings or optimization of product listing page streams based on artificial intelligence or machine learning or something like that. So there will always be the next greatest backend, and sometimes they will improve the user experience in an e-commerce site, and you should be able to replace them. So those are my core assumptions. If you build a one-shot project, developer-focused, where business does not really care about how to target the current user, and this is just to be closed and done by a certain date, then Frontastic most likely is not the solution you're looking for. What we see in the market, even when you implement composable front ends, is that you have, in most cases, you need some kind of backend for front end. I will go into more detail on that. Then you want, you compose your front end somehow, usually with developer tooling. I will also mention some technologies or some stacks which allow you to do that, and then deliver the front-end application. One thing I will also talk about a little bit more in this talk, I will also show some code and some architectural details, is how to involve business people in that. If you remember my assumptions, we strongly believe that business people know how to target their users or the users of the online shop. And it might not be the expertise of a developer to do that. So we certainly, from our point of view, need some business tooling. So this is about the assumptions. Let's talk a little bit about me, because this is also kind of important. Because you want to know who talks about this and what their background is. My name is Kåre Nordmann, as Jesse introduced me. I'm CTO and co-founder of Frontastic. So I am certainly biased when I give this talk, but you probably already are aware of that. These are just some impressions about me and what I do next to being CTO at Frontastic. At the bottom, you see two pictures from our company retreat in Italy 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago now. I love to eat, I love to hike. You see my wife on there. On the top left, you see where I'm actually sitting right now. This is my office. One special thing about Frontastic is that we are remote only, and this is why I got to get a proper office room, of course. So, but back to the topic. But you see a lot of different solutions here, and I will not even pretend to do a fair comparison of those technologies, especially not against Frontastic, because you know I'm biased. So I will be talking mostly about Frontastic and will not even try to compare them, but I want to at least mention them, because when talking about composable commerce and putting business into the driver's seat in a way that development will benefit from that, we identified a couple of dedicated workflows the team goes through. So team means developers, but also marketing people. And for each of those workflows, there are, of course, alternatives. Like, let's start on the left side, integrate and orchestrate. You want to integrate new backends. And there are different ways of doing that. Some of the headless content management systems out there, for example, Contentful and Graph CMS, support by now something they call federation or content federation, which means that with an existing content object, you are also able to fetch additional content from third-party APIs. This is a way to integrate, of course, on top of an existing configuration inside your headless content management system, additional content from other sources. There are popular open source technologies like Apollo GraphQL, which is a GraphQL service which allows you to query a single endpoint, which then queries multiple GraphQL sources, and by that combine content from many sources. It only works for GraphQL so far, but anyways, this is a way also to integrate with many different APIs out there. Next thing, of course, you can write your own custom backend for frontend. Backend for frontend means basically a single backend, which makes sure all the data is prepared and well prepared, nicely organized for your frontend, exactly the data your frontend needs. There's a Frontastic API Hub doing the same. I will go into more detail, obviously, on that. Two other workflows, build, deploy, and iterate as a digital team, which means frontend developers, but most likely also designers, maybe even marketing people. You probably want to iterate also on the front-end component. Most popular example is iterating continuously on the checkout, improving the user experience, and by that, the conversion rate. We have those components in Frontastic. We'll not talk too much about that today, to be honest. With Frontastic, you could also use any of the other solutions which are out there, like Next.js, Vue Storefront, Custom React, Vue Stack, whatever you want, but we focus on a custom-built React stack right now. Last, but certainly not least, is the Create, Manage, and Optimize workflows. The marketing team, the search engine optimization team, they want to create, for example, new landing pages. They want to optimize pages, often without the direct assistance of a developer. So how do you do that? We see many teams doing that in GraphCMS, Contentful, designing or combining page artifacts to pages in there. Dominic would have to tell me more about that, how active this still is. There is or were the shopware shopping experiences which try to do that or which did something very similar. And then there's, of course, marketing department constantly writing Jira tickets, telling the developers how to create a new landing page. So having talked about those workflows, how does Frontastic look and what are we doing inside Frontastic? At the very bottom of the stack, you have the composable part. We call that the orchestrate layer or also the API hub, which in the end is a backend for frontend. The point of this is based on a central abstraction we have, we call the Frontastic components, which you see in the middle of the graphic. We fetch the data required for the current page. A Frontastic component, you could compare that. Sometimes those things were called widgets, sometimes just components. You could compare them also to web components. Those are front-end components from very big to very small. A navigation or a checkout could be one component. It also could be just a headline, for example. Those components always come with configuration and code. The configuration defines what a business user can do, can configure in such a component. And the code, which actually renders the component, that's entirely up to the developers using Frontastic. So it's just a React component after all, but you can do anything you can do in a normal React component, from Redux, from whatever you want. Or if you use a different frontend framework, you can do whatever you want there. The main point is the configuration, though, because we allow business users to connect data to those components. This, for example, could be a product list filtered by color, price range, category, or something like that from your shopware backend. This could also be, on top of that, recommendations, content from a headless content management system, etc., etc. And our orchestrate layer fetches this in an optimal way. I will talk a little bit more about that later. And last but not least, we, of course, as Frontastic, we also host the e-commerce site, survey, provide operation metrics, etc., etc. Today, I won't talk about the build and deploy and iterate workflows. I won't talk about create, manage, and optimize. I will talk about the most developer-centric topic in those three workflows, the integrate and orchestrate layer. So how does it work and how do you connect, for example, shopware, and how do you connect new backends out there in the internet to provide your business people with data, random data you need to implement the workflows or the user experience you want to implement, and basically how to do that with Frontastic. The first step is very boring. Sorry for that. If we are talking about content and commerce, this is done. So Frontastic by default, and actually I worked together with Dominic on that topic, we have an integration with shopware. So all the things commerce just work out of the box. Listing products, adding stuff to the cart, this just works out of the box because we have, as Frontastic, an existing shopware integration. We collaborate on shopware with shopware in writing this integration, enhancing this integration, and making sure it works seamlessly. The same is true for a couple of other systems, from Spryker commerce tools, Shopify Plus. There are more systems which are connected. Magento is not part of that list, but you could connect it yourself. More on that later. Next to that, content APIs like Contentful and GraphCMS are also connected by default. But So that I mentioned, that's boring. You just need to enter some configuration settings and you're ready to go. And you can basically boot up an online shop in no time with that. If you use our default front-end components, usually our customers write them themselves and not using the default components. It's an interesting point, or it gets interesting when we talk about custom APIs. So APIs which are not commerce, but kind of related. The example I will show you is not related to commerce at all, but I hope you will get the picture, because I had the example of recommendations multiple times now. But another example, for example, would be Apollo.de, the biggest German retail chain for selling glasses and contact lenses with a huge amount of retail stores. They need multiple special things on their website. It starts with configuring vision values. If you order glasses, it goes to agreeing on an appointment with an eye check inside the closest or a random retail store. Of course, this is not covered by any backend, neither commerce tools, nor Shopware, nor any other backend. So you want to integrate a custom backend for that, which implements exactly that, agreeing on appointments in retail stores. How can this look like with Frontastic? And finally getting to some code. This is very simple PHP function. I omitted the class boilerplate, which you have to wrap around that. On the bottom of the slide, you find a link to see the full example and how to use and embed that in Frontastic, if you care about the context of that. But in the end, what Frontastic allows, and it's always our goal to make this as simple as possible, is to write a single function which runs code. Okay, let's go into a little bit more detail. Usually, when talking to some backend system, we talk about use HTTP, obviously, because even RESTful APIs, GraphQL APIs, that's all HTTP. You could, in theory, since this is just a function, or to be more exact, a method inside a class, you could also do a SOAP request, or even fetch something from an FTP server, but those APIs are rare by now, not non-existing, but rare, and usually not performant enough. But what we allow for inside Frontastic is executing, in the end, random code to interact with your APIs. My example is kind of trivial here. I use a publicly available GraphQL API where you have to execute a post request. You provide a query, what you want to query. In this case, give me all the movies from the Star Wars GraphQL API. Return that, we have to set some headers. We return the body of the response. What now happens inside Frontastic is, if you have a Frontastic component which needs this data, we call those data sources, which is connected to such a data source, then our backend for frontend will run this function and the return value will be passed right to the React component inside the frontend. And this is what you most likely will be doing most of the times. But let's enhance this a little bit. So this was a PHP example, what we are working on right now, and this is a sneak peek up to into a future release of Frontastic, or an update of Frontastic, is that we allow to do that also by JavaScript. I'm talking here inside the Shopware track, so you might think PHP is just fine. So of course, PHP is just fine for that. So why are we doing that also in JavaScript? Because what we noticed is that the PWA, Progressive Web App, or single page application, is usually obviously developed by JavaScript front-end developers. And what we noticed on top of that is that they, of course, know JavaScript best, and that they also want to be able to integrate with data sources. And for them, it's, of course, a lot easier to just write an additional JavaScript function, which is then executed by our Cloud Function Executor. No, we do not have to cover the details here. Still is executed very, very similarly, returns the same data, and by that, using JavaScript extended points, making the data available to the front end components they want to use. I mentioned business people at the beginning, and we do not want to forget about them, because that what I've just shown right now does not help us a lot, because it's just querying some backend, providing the data to the front end. That is probably easy in most systems out there. So what we are doing in Frontastic is we always allow, and you see a simple example of that, because more complex examples would consume more screen space, especially the handling function. What we allow in Frontastic is that business users can specify values you use for the queries. So what you see on the right-hand side is what we call the page editor. The page editor is a component inside the Frontastic Studio, which is focused on business people, where they can create pages out of the components, the Frontastic components you as a developer provide. You as a developer, most likely together with your product owner, define what business people can configure in such a component. And on top of that, so this usually could be something simple like a title, multilingual, etc. But on top of that, of course, those components can be connected to data sources. I mentioned that briefly earlier. And then we allow to configure or basically random and even kind of complex configuration properties on those data sources. And everything that business people fill in will be passed to your handle function. And you can, again, this is just code, and you see just PHP code on the left-hand side. You can do whatever you want with those values. The example is under complex, I know that, but I hope you still get the point, because, sorry, what you see on the right-hand side is we configure, or we have the business people configure the actual GraphQL queries. This is not what you would do in real life, because most marketing business people do not want to write GraphQL queries. You could just do it this way, of course, it just works. But what you probably would want to do is maybe have some checkboxes, have some filter string, even have drop-downs with values to select from. So an include list of sensible values which you can use in those queries. I hope you still get the picture of that. So what we aim for is, first, connect random backends. In this case, you have the Star Wars GraphQL API. Could be anything else, could be a dozen of additional other backends on top of that. Make it really, really easy to interact with those backends. You can, of course, or would also implement authorization in here. You have access to even encrypted authorization credentials, etc. And allow business people to decide what data to show on the site and make it possible for them to configure the data. Why this is important, or why we consider this very important to enable use cases like this, I will get back to that. Bear with me for 2 more slides. Because when doing something like that, I just want to raise a couple of topics, why it's important to think a little bit more about some details, or maybe even why it's not entirely trivial to do that. And also, I will do that on the next slide, why the naive way of integrating those things do not work that well anymore today. So the first thing I would suggest to do if you're implementing this yourself is try to fetch all data in parallel. There's a general challenge in microservice architectures, which we see more and more often nowadays, or even service architectures, where you collect data from a larger amount of backends and not having this one single backend, which has all the data, like your one single shopware backend, for example. If you have multiple backends, the probability of one of those backends failing, being slow, increases a lot. And if you just fetch data sequentially, of course, the response times of all those backends will add up. And if you do 10 requests to all those backends, you will have 10 times, so your response times will be 10 times the average response times from those backends, which usually is not where you want to go. We all know 200 milliseconds are usually the benchmark number, or is usually the benchmark number where we want our e-commerce sites to respond. And if those backends take each 50 milliseconds, with even 4 requests, we are already way beyond this number, and this is not sustainable anymore. We, of course, do not want to make too many requests to those backends, and we will still try to keep them down, so only request the data which is really shown, and we want to group those requests, but I will go into more detail on that in a bit. A surprisingly complex topic, I mentioned that when starting with the slide, is handling downtimes and service slowness in the backends. The probability of some service failing, if you have multiple of them, is a lot higher than one service failing if you only have one of them. So you must basically take this into account and be resilient. This means if one of those services fail, maybe you can fail if the e-commerce service fails, because then your users won't be able to check out anyways. But if it's just recommendations not loading, you of course want to handle that gracefully and not fail entirely. There are tools for that you probably want to build into your stack. And at Fantastic, we are doing that, like sensible timeout handling to start with, circuit breakers, which basically means that if a service gets slow or a service is down, maybe because your website receives a lot of traffic, you do not want to hit that service even harder and harder over time, but you want to slow down. And a circuit breaker means that we cut the connection for a while, test the service again and again, if it's up again or responds fine again, and then start slowly putting traffic back on the service. Those things are essential if you want to handle more complex or non-trivial microservice or service architectures. Of course, you also want to monitor all the requests because you want to know, is my shop down because of one of those backend services being down, or is it a problem in my shop? And how relevant is that? Want to talk with vendors if those services regularly respond slowly, etc. There was a small abbreviation CLS in there. CLS is one of the core web vitals and the abbreviation for cumulative layout shifts. With the most recent release of the Google Lighthouse score, I think 2 months ago, the cumulative layout shifts got even more important when rating the Lighthouse score of your e-commerce website. A layout shift is what happens if data is loaded asynchronously later on a website, which means that the browser has to re-render parts of the website, which shifts other content around. So there are 2 ways of handling that. One way is that you reserve the screen estate correctly for each element you will load data later for, or fetch all data in the beginning altogether, and you do not have to do any layout shifts because all the data is there from the very beginning. Given this is one of the most important metrics by now in the Lighthouse score, this is very important. And the other thing which you can take from that is the naive way of I integrate with 10 services, for example, for recommendations, etc., and just load the data asynchronously from the front end directly will have an impact on the cumulative layout score and therefore will have an impact on your Lighthouse score metrics or ratings. So I do not consider this a realistic option anymore if you want to go for maximum performance or maximum SEO ratings, because the Lighthouse score, as we know, is a significant part of the Google ranking algorithm. This then again means you have to load all the data in the background or in one request from the backend. And this then again means that you have to do all those things I mentioned here. There are actually more things to keep in mind. I will skip over that slide, but we at some point thought, okay, why is it too complex for our customers to build this backend for front themselves? And we identified a lot of things you have to keep in mind when doing so. But let me skip over that. So go to what's in it for you as a developer, because I'm talking a lot about business people here, enabling them. Why do we even want to do that? Are we doing this to lose our job? We at Fantastic don't think so. We actually think this enables you to get a more interesting job and a more sensible job. You remember the assumptions from the first slide. One of those assumptions was continuous innovation over Big Bang. And if you really want to go for that, I think it's really sensible to enable business people to do the small changes, like change the color of a button, change the text on the landing page, on some landing page. So you as a developer can focus on high quality and stable code. Actually, for me, I have been a developer most of my life. This is what I personally enjoy. I do not enjoy writing throwaway code very fast, very often, abandoning a project again and again, but I prefer writing highly stable, high quality code, which is there to last and which is there for a while to power businesses. If the business understands the target group best, we should enable them to do what they know best. And this means that, for example, landing pages should be created by business people and not by developers. Of course, you can do that. You can create the next landing pages together with your business people inside a team. You can have the business people ask you to move buttons, to change colors, to reduce spacings all the time, again and again. But you could also focus on the real user experience, nice components, nice user workflows, provide configuration values or configuration options to the business people, and focus on the actual components. This is, again, what I think actually is in there for you, because this move button Jira tickets, create landing page Jira tickets, and deploy that next Monday because we forgot Easter is coming. That's not what I think makes up a great developer life, to be honest. But your mileage might again vary. Last but not least, there's constant market evolution and innovation. What I think I showed you, or at least allowed you to get a glance at, is that integrating new services, and by that also replacing existing services, can be very easy. So my conclusion is, it might be a strange takeaway for some of you, but my conclusion is, if you think business first, your life as a developer will get easier. By taking out the boring, repetitive tasks out of your daily work, it can be more interesting to write sensible components, and it might be even a lot more rewarding, and being able to stabilize those components over time because it's clearly defined what can be configured, I think will make your life easier. This means thinking business first, of course, which can be a bigger change, but I consider that, or we consider this, worth the effort. That's it for me. Maybe a last notice, I'm hiring for a lot of roles. Feel free to get in contact. Sorry for that blatant advertising, Jisse, but I have to close with that.
Yeah, but I actually think that now you've lined up the technology that you guys are involved with. That basically it could be a really nice opportunity for somebody to dive into kind of like a modern day working with front end. So it's your talk is excellent, and I think actually it gave a lot of different ideas, a lot of different additional insights in what kind of direction e-commerce could, or as you put it, actually should lead into. So you were ending actually with something that made us on our side smile, like landing pages should not be created by developers but by business people. But with actually a monolithic application like Shopware or Magento, we're still stuck with that old way of thinking. And by going headless, you can create a more fancier architecture, not just PWA, but this whole backend for front end architecture, opening up for new opportunities. And why not do that? And that's kind of like what you were showing with this whole story.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. So
Summary.
I basically love it, and I definitely also loved the Star Wars GraphQL API that was in there.
I'm not sure where the actual use case for an e-commerce site could be, but maybe somebody comes up with some.
Exactly. Yeah. Hey, and so one question actually that popped up pretty recently in the presentation is that you mentioned Frontastic is currently working with Shopware. Not yet compatible with Magento. However, you said like maybe that's on the roadmap, or?
Basically, you can connect any e-commerce backend yourself. You have to make sure the APIs are fast and responsive. We usually say an e-commerce system or backend should respond in less than 50 milliseconds. It depends on you if you manage that, on which stack you manage to implement that. But in the end, each of those stacks can be optimized sufficiently to accomplish that. Right now, Frontastic can always also build and maintain those integrations. But what we also try to do, and especially also the actual domain models might vary you have in your Magento backend because it's often extended a lot. Is to enable you as a developer to integrate Magento than yourself. So maybe even in a migration scenario, if you want to put a front end in front of your existing backend, you might or might not be happy with, put the new front end on top of that, and then later in the second step, migrate maybe to a different backend.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hey, and you mentioned also repeatedly the keyword GraphQL, which seems to be kind of like the basis of what Frontastic is about. Did I get it correctly that the backend for front end that you're managing is also integrating Apollo Federation?
No, we do it differently, and we have a good reason for that, I think at least, or I believe at least. I mean, I'm biased again, but you can use any way of interacting with API. So RESTful API will just work the same. The idea of GraphQL to me is always that a developer building a site wants to decide what data to fetch. And this is a little bit opposed to what we want to do in Frontastic, like have the business people decide what data to fetch. So if in our case, in the studio, a business person can decide, okay, I only want to fetch red trousers from the Easter sale from Shopware. So there's no need for a developer to write that GraphQL query, but you want to provide the business people with the options to configure that GraphQL queries. We will run them in parallel, et cetera, fetch the data, provide it to you as a developer in the front end. Your React component just receives exactly the correct data, and you be happy. So less GraphQL federation, but more business people involvement.
Yeah, exactly. And theoretically, of course, the backend that you guys are connecting to could then still be using the federation of some kind.
Absolutely, of course.
Yeah, which brings in also another question upon GraphQL caching. Are you guys doing something there, or that's again something that's more the responsibility of the backend?
That's a pet peeve of mine. I'm tempted to say again and again in the recent year, I hate caching.
Yeah.
That's that's a bold statement. I know that, but in the end, caching always creates a data replica, and especially in e-commerce, we know how hard cache purging is. So caching itself, of course, is simple, but cache purging, like an article is a product is sold out and it's not supposed to be listed anymore, so remove it from page 2 of that category listing and also purge all the following and all the correct. You get the point.
Yeah.
So, yes, you can cache in Frontastic, but we strongly advise against that and always say, okay, use simple time to live based caching if you must, but usually we want the backend to be fast enough so caching is not necessary.
Well, and that's basically also where the reality with Magento kicks in, that Magento is not fast enough. And Shopware is doing a much better job, but then they're not using GraphQL by default, but the REST API or the store API is...
In case of Shopware, we are also using their REST API, and it just works fine, of course.
Yeah, and pretty fast, I think, as well, compared to the Magento API. But that's basically also the talk about, composable commerce, microservices, going headless in general, and etc. That maybe the old monolith of Shopware and Magento was doing too many things at once, and therefore that's slowing down things. And now at least we we can look in new directions with microservices and so on, so that every microservice could be optimized as best as you mentioned. The better, the faster, the better. And of course, then in the end, to turn off caching, that's kind of like the end goal, to have everything in real time reacting. But,
and there are other ways, like, for example, using Algolia for product listings and maybe even for product detail pages. You get a blazingly fast product listing, and you can still use all the commerce logic, calculations, shipping logic, checkout from Magento or Shopware, but you get blazingly fast PLPs and PDPs, which usually is sufficient to increase the conversion rates already.
Yeah,
the users usually don't care so much how fast the checkout process is.
Yeah, and actually, you touch upon a good point, because Algolia is actually used a lot by Shopware customers and Magento customers. So if they migrate simply to a different front end, then it basically leads into no longer loading things through the monolith, but loading it through Algolia directly. So yeah, good point.
Do not want to brag here, but we have an Algolia integration, for example, on top of this. Yes,
exactly. Yeah. So it's already out there, and awesome. Hey, I think actually the whole talk was definitely inspiring, and hopefully also the buzzword composable commerce is now ringing a bell with developers as well. And I definitely think like that's going to be the next thing once headless and microservices and etc. becomes more and more prominent. So yeah, Cor, many thanks for joining Reacticon. Thank you so much.
Was a pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
For sure, yeah. And hopefully see you back maybe at the next time as well.
Would love to.
Awesome. So to everyone else listening in, the next talk is with Christian Dangel about CI/CD in more specific details for the Shopware storefront. He's lined up already actually in a couple of minutes time, but let's take about 5 minutes of a break and hope to see you back then in a few moments. So see you back for a talk with Christian. Awesome. And we're back up and running with Christian. Hi, Christian.
Hi, yes, sir. How are you doing?
Good, good. So great to have you on board. I noticed you as a speaker actually with the different shopware community days, and I thought like, hey, but you've got something interesting to say about, I don't know, something
about something. Yeah, that's how it was. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and then basically you said like, oh, I can talk about Cyprus, but we already have 2 talks about Cyprus anyway. One with Ramona, who's still on board today. And another one with Peter Jaap on Cypress and Magento. So basically, your next thought was CI/CD.
Yeah, because every year I kind of have some things that I would love to teach people how to improve things. Last year it was the whole Docker stuff, and this year it's Cypress pipeline. So everything that improves the quality in Shopware plugins, shops, or software in general. So that was a good match, and credits to Ramona for the idea.
Exactly, awesome. Yeah, and I think actually the previous talk with Corin Nordman with Frontastic, he talked about the backend for front-end architecture, allowing basically for the front end to become more and more complex, and then basically to do testing becomes even more vital. So the more complex the front end is, the more vital actually testing is, and the more vital it is also to actually run the tests. And that's basically where your talk excellently fits in.
Exactly.
So yeah, enough of me talking. I would say take it away. It's all yours.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. So hi, everyone. One more time. Welcome to the 4th edition of Reacticon. So this lesson is all about the wonderful world of pipelines, automation, and continuous integration. So we only have 40 minutes, which is really not enough to have an in-depth talk about that wonderful topic. But I would try to at least give you an overview if you're going and heading to the direction of creating pipelines, what to consider, what to do, and what things you probably want to have in your pipelines. So I'm Christian Dangle, and I'm the head of technology at the Shopware agency Das ist Web. And we are located in the southern area of Bavaria, so almost next to Munich. And as you said already said, I've been asked to share a bit of my insights and my experience on building some rock-solid pipelines for your either Shopware plugins or entire Shopware shops. So today, we are trying to see and build something like this. So that is a fully featured pipeline with different lanes. So we have our PHP lane that does PHP unit tests, static analyzers, minimum compatibility. So everything you probably need nowadays. But also probably more interesting for you is the lane where it says chest unit tests, as well as ESLint and StyleLint. And last but not least, we're also trying to dig a bit deeper into the Cypress stuff, so end-to-end tests based on Cypress, and not only in one Shopware version, but in multiple Shopware versions in parallel. So that is a fully complete pipeline. And the best thing, that all can and should be done on every single pull request. So isn't that nice, especially with all those changes in Shopware 6? But before, a bit to my background. So I do speak a couple of programming languages and had the amazing opportunity to work with some great tools in my professional career so far. The problem is I'm not a front-end developer. So I know how to do JavaScript, but probably not the best in consulting for cross-browser compatibility, as well as, yeah, I would say coming to style sheets, SCSS, I'm probably one of those guys who is kind of partying so hard if he's finally able to align those div layers next to each other, honestly. But there are other things that I can do, and one of them is how to build some rock-solid pipelines. So the goals for today. We are trying to start with some short theory on what problems we have, why do we need pipelines, what are pipelines, what types of pipelines do even exist. And then we're heading on to a sample plugin that I only did because Jesse said it might be a good thing, otherwise I wouldn't have had anything to show anyway. So we're digging deeper into the development tools used there, then we're using those tools in our pipelines. And then we're also extending our framework, our range of CI/CD with an additional software called Buddy. I'm a huge fan because it works great. And then we go into deployments and stuff like that. So let's first start with our problems. What problems do we even have? So if you're now wondering, okay, I don't have any problems, then just wait for other developers in your project, or just wait for new features to arise as a requirement in your project, because things just happen. We are all just humans, and problems are just a daily thing. But the problem is, how would you handle those problems? And depending on what pipeline you build, you might want to come up with some testing pipeline, QA pipeline. And that gives us the second thing. There are always bugs and PHP compatibility, JavaScript compatibility, stuff like that. So if it works locally, maybe it's not working on a production system if the version somehow differs. So also bugs are a daily business. And last but not least, it's a styling thing, the style of your team. So people come, people go, but hopefully the project remains. So you really want to have the same style across all your developers in your team. Otherwise, you might be asking yourself, okay, what the heck did he do? So that is an important thing, and pipelines could help us with that. So pipelines. Everything needs a sequence. So whether it's your daily routine or something in your professional career, like a pipeline. So a pipeline is basically a piping of different tools, whatever they do, in a specified sequence next to each other. So that could be testing, that could be deployment. So if it's testing, there's also a good thing that pipelines do help us with. You can force someone to run it, or at least do the things that it says it needs to be done. So for instance, if you have some basic testing pipelines, do you really think every developer would like optionally run it locally for you? I don't think so. So you can force people to improve or at least keep the quality in your project by running pipelines in a framework or hosted. Then you also, as time passes on, you get more confident, become more confident with things like deployment. So the only thing you have to do is set it up once and then just click on run, and deployment happens. And also you do get some kind of immediate feedback on the current progress and status of your project, because you immediately know when something breaks, and that's a cool thing. So what pipeline types do we have? Ever heard those words CI/CD? That just means continuous integration on the one hand and continuous delivery or deployment on the other hand. So speaking of continuous integration, that is just imagine you have a pull request, and that one's being merged into the original master in your upstream or main branch. And then a CI pipe is being started that tests the whole new code that is integrated. And the cool thing that pipelines and such CI pipes help you with is you can do it in a continuous way, as often as possible. And that's a good thing, because the more you code on your own, the more different it is to the original upstream, the more problems and merge conflicts you might have. So continuous delivery and deployment, the other half of CI/CD, either means delivery, which means everything is prepared after running the CI pipe to be rolled out. You gotta press only on play or run and continue to have it rolled out on your production system, while the continuous deployment immediately deploys to your production system. So that is like a huge thing, but also a huge thing to achieve. Just think of you doing a pull request, and then it's going to be on the live system. So your CI pipe needs to be huge, and the coverage needs to be immense and huge too. So sometimes you just can't achieve that, but that's what CI/CD is. So where to run those pipelines? Every version management software has their own pipeline systems nowadays. So we have GitHub Actions that we see later on. We have GitLab, we have Bitbucket, and some other tools. But we also have applications out there called like Buddy that only focus as a standalone software on giving a great and perfect experience with configuring and modeling and doing some cool pipelines. So if you have all that, then you're probably good to go. That means, remember, a pipeline just pipes those tools next to each other. Now to a real world sample. Let's get it on. So let me give you a brief introduction first. Then we see what tools I did use. We're just focusing on the front-end tools in there, only 40 minutes. And then we'll see seeing how a pipeline with GitHub can be built. And afterwards, we extending that with Buddy and deployments for our QA or integration server. So I did a reCAPTCHA plugin for Shopper 6. I know Google reCAPTCHA version 3 is by now available in there, but I just did it because it's a good fit, I thought. To everyone who does not know how it works, it's to prevent bots from maybe registering, in my case, in your online shop. So you register with Google, you get a site key as well as a site secret. So I will tell you the flow right now because there's not enough time to show you the code, but it's public available on my GitHub profile. You'll see it later on. So what it basically does as a scheme, PHP provides the site key for your JavaScript. And then in JavaScript, a capture component in a Shopware plugin is used. And for every input field that we'll fill in with the token from Google, we use an adapter that communicates with Google and just says, hey, please, Google, give us a token for our action register. Google responds with a token. JavaScript fills it in the input element every like 30 seconds because those tokens expire after a while. And then it will automatically be sent with the PHP post request to PHP in the form. And before PHP really proceeds with the actual submission of the form, it does some kind of cross-check and asks Google one more time, hey, I got that token with that register action, is it valid? And you do not get a, it's valid, it's not valid from Google. You get a range between 0.0, which is very likely in abusal, or 1.0, which seems like a good traffic. So that's why we, in addition to site key, site secret, have a minimum score threshold. So that's the basic plugin we're going to see now. So I would say, let's code. Let me head over to PHP Storm. And this is just a usual plugin. So we have our source folder. And let me first start with the makefile. I'm a huge fan of makefiles or shell scripts to have some kind of abstraction layer, because one of the most important things for pipelines is make it easy to be used, either for your DevOps team that creates pipelines or your developers that want to run it locally. So nobody has to think a lot. Then the acceptance is much better. So we have some easy commands like install production dependencies, Composer, as well as npm packages, dev packages with no dev dependencies, obviously. And then we have a tool or a list of tools that we can run locally or in the pipeline. So there are things like PHP minimum compatibility, static analyzers, PHP unit tests. But today I want to focus on those three tools. So we have Jest, ESLint, as well as Stylint. So plenty of configurations available. I will just want to show you how to get going, because I'm not a front-end dev, but it works and it can be enhanced afterwards too. So what did I do? If we go to the source folder in resources, app, probably seen that once or twice, I've created a package JSON and added to my dev dependencies, in that case, Jest, Bubble Jest, and hundreds of other required packages. You know the story. So my thing is, I always try to run my pipelines independent from the hosting system, which is Shopware. You can use Shopware also with their PSH files and install it and run all those tests. But this is an approach to run it independently in my pipeline from Shopware. It's just how I do it. So I do have installed all required things. Then I have a Jest config. and simple configuration. So like the root folder, testers are in tests located. We ignore node modules as transform use our relatively located bubble chest. And that's it. And let me just, I'm in my Docker container. I think you already saw it, so let's just use this one. These are the tests that will be run. How will they be run? From a make file, I just navigate into the storefront directory, run my local chest and my configuration. And what am I testing in that case? I'm testing that my token from adapter should return in callback. So I'm asking my capture component asks my adapter, whether it's a fake adapter or real adapter, to ask Google and give us back a token. So let's see how it's done. Here's the test. I've created a capture component, provided my adapter, which is a fake adapter for my unit test. And my fake adapter always returns fake token. So I start my adapter to have the interval of 30 seconds. Say, please give me a token for contact action. And if everything inside the network across these objects are correct, then I should get that token. So let's make that test fail. I go to the original capture and maybe just return something like ABC instead of the token that is requested. That code is public available, so you can take a look at it later on with more time. So now we should hopefully have an error. Great thing. So that one's working because we did not get the fake token back from our adapter. We can also use our fake objects to verify that contact is correctly passed on to our adapter and further on to Google. So our fake adapter just remembers our past action. And if it's not contact, there's an error. So the fake adapter is just has the same request token, but just remembers it locally as a private variable and gets it back with its corresponding getter. So that's a sample of having tests. I would strongly recommend doing it, maybe with a sample test at first, but just to have a lower gap of people to do more tests, because they just need to extend it and not set it up completely. So now on to the next thing. Here we have ESLint. So with ESLint, you can try to find errors. We have the almost same setup, package JSON, hundreds of additional node modules. We have a copied configuration from Shopper. You can either use theirs or create your own one in your company. And there are things like, what do we have? Intentions and yeah, all these kinds of rules. So let me just try to create an error in there. We can easily run it, or your developers can easily run it with ESLint. And if I now open the, let's say, capture, and just maybe put a let instead of the const. I already got some errors because I changed a few things. Yeah, it's never used. But here we have it. Our new one is tokens never reassigned. So you probably know that you can and should use const instead. So if I now switch back to that, it's green again. So I would strongly recommend, if you're starting new, immediately start as strict as possible with all these things, because in the end, you don't change it afterwards. So that helps us to avoid problems in our code. Next thing, makefile. StyleLint. StyleLint helps us to improve our SCSS classes. So one more time, have the exact same setup, package JSON, StyleLint, additional add-ons for SCSS, as well as a configuration to have like zero values, force them to be without unit. And if we would run it and have, in that case, like 0 pixels, it would tell me please use 0 instead. So lots of things, and that's one of the main steps when doing that. Make sure you have your tools ready. So the next thing is the pipeline itself. Let's go to Chrome. This box configurator demo would be renamed in Reacticon demo probably, has in actions CI pipeline as well as pull request pipeline. So I would recommend keeping it simple. I have a separate one for pull request and one for CI pipes. And in that pipeline, I have all these things we just saw and more. So how is it built? Let's see it in PHP Storm. You use a GitHub folder with a YAML pipeline. And that YAML pipeline consists of a name, starts with a name, has some trigger entries to either run it automatically on pushes, merges, or manually with that code. And then it has all these so-called jobs in there, and every job has steps. So chest, what we just saw, is just chest test running on Ubuntu latest. We clone the code, set up PHP because our make dev has also Composer in it, install our dependency just as we would do locally, and then just run our tests. And to create different lanes, like ESLint afterwards, we just say ESLint needs chest. And then it's in line after chest. If we would not do it, it would be done parallel. So the first PHP check does not have a need. So I have my separate lane for JavaScript front end, separate lane for backend PHP stuff. So there's nothing more to tell you. This is just a best practice for me. But the next thing, more interesting thing, would probably be Cypress. So let's see what Cypress tests do we have in here. So I hope you can see it. If I just run the test, what can a capture test? We test that our hidden input field is tested, filled. So it must not be empty. Then the registration should work. So we see our dashboard. Then if we invalidate the capture, we should see an error like this one. And also if our minimum threshold condition is not met, there should also be an error. So you can fully test it 100%, including Cypress on an end-to-end base too. So let me show you a bit how this is done. Test, Cypress, integration, and capture. So Ramona has another talk about Cypress later on. Would totally recommend watching it. Great talk, great speaker. And here it's pretty simple. I have some components, abstraction layers. So we set through the Shopper 6 API, the minimum threshold to 0.5. So it's usually working. And just go to login, wait until our token is filled, and just verify it's not empty. Then we just do a registration. So filling out all names and stuff like that, and just make sure we are seeing default payment method, which means we are logged in. And then the fun part. We do always the same, and then we grab and fetch the token and just override its value and immediately continue with the registration. Then we need to have an error. And then we're implicitly also testing the PHP side of our Google Recapture plugin. And last but not least, we just set the minimum score to 1, which is never really working or existing. And then we do the same thing as we did with the successful registration. In that case, it should fail. So also with Cypress, working really good. So how does it look in Chrome and in the GitHub pipeline? So you see, I have 2 Shopper 6 versions, and they all run in parallel. So how does it work? All these different steps. Let me go to PHP Storm, CI pipe, and on to the end-to-end part. We start Cypress, so cloning, installation of everything, and then we come to Docker. So we create a local host with port 80, and we use a Docker image. So no subconsciously advertisement stuff. We did Docker last year, yeah. But we also use it for that circumstance and some purpose because it's cool. It comes with demo data, so we can easily use something that is called metrics in GitHub. So there's a matrix strategy where we can simply define shopware versions, and then that job is launched multiple times. In that case, with 2 shopware versions, with shopware dev tag 6441, which immediately launches this shopware 6441. And then we just upload our plugin, install it, use some variables because you just can't add credentials to your Git repository, right? So you can always use variables in those pipeline tools. And we just install it, then install Cypress, and then we just run it using our local host domain. And it's working. And you can even provide shopware versions in case your tests are slightly different across these shopware versions if you're a plugin manufacturer. And then I would also recommend make sure the logs are being downloaded and available as zip file in case of errors, easier to debug. So how will it look like in Chrome? We just go to the summary, and down there, we have all our results available as zip file to download with Apache logs, shopware logs, as well as screenshots or probably video if you did that. So, but next thing, speaking of, let's say, the Molly plugin, we as an agency are the official manufacturers of the Molly shopware plugins for shopware 5 and 6. So we are not the owners in GitHub because it's an open source plugin. So I can't create a pipeline where I deploy to our host with IP XYZ because it's their repository and maybe other agencies are working there too sometimes. So let me show you how we do it with Buddy. So Buddy is a separate system that I use before manually testing Molly still after having all these CI tests. So let's head over to Buddy. Buddy, as you can see, beautiful layout, and you can create projects. Those projects can be created or fetch cloned from Bitbucket, GitLab, whatever. In my case, I have a kind of empty project where I run manual commands like git clone from GitHub. So whenever I do a Molly release, make sure CI pipe is all working, everything's checked in, and then I run our Buddy deployment for my testing server, which has some kind of different scope. So my scope in that case would be to have a perfectly deployed shop and plugin where I can test my test cases. So the pipeline itself. It clones the plugin, it does something freaky, it has rsync, fixed permissions, build plugin, install plugin, clear cache. I could also run all tests, chest tests and everything, even Cypress tests, either locally with the Buddy sandbox mode or remotely. But in that case, I just have a different approach for that project. So Buddy itself is pretty cool if you are new to pipelines and the whole CI/CD stuff. So you can create actions and you have all these kinds of things like FTP, SFTP. You can rsync, wait for approvals, pass arguments, local share remote SSH commands, HTTP requests, and everything you can think of. And if it's not available, you can always use a custom build, which just means you can decide on using any Docker image and do whatever you want to do in there. So pretty flexible and cool thing. And coming back to our pipeline, you can also just restructure it, do a different order. So how it's done, cloning the plugin. So all I do in there on Ubuntu 18 image is I just create a directory because it has to be like that in Shopware. And I just clone the repository into that directory. And then I do something special because if you have been on social media, you might have seen Reacticon, Jisse, and other people writing about me automating even my CSS animation. So yes, challenge accepted. I really did that. So what I've injected is I manipulate the main CSS file, and depending on the weather condition we have in Holzkirchen, where our headquarters of Das ist Web is, if it's rainy or sunny, a different theme will be applied with either a sun animation or rain animation. So the deployment takes a while, but let's see how the deployment I earlier did today was. So yeah, as you can see, it's raining. So it must be rainy in Holzkirchen. So if you are asking if I'm automating my CSS animations, then yes, I do. Anyway, next thing is rsync to server. You can easily do rsyncs to server, provide your variables, even have some interaction with it. And oops, sorry. And see live the remote directory on your server. So pretty easy to use. And then we're just fixing a few permissions because I don't know why. And then all I do is installing the plugin. I use a Docker setup on my QA system. As you can see, just bash commands, shell script, so you can do whatever you want to do in that system. So that is Buddy. We also use it for private projects, and also, as I already mentioned, it's quite a good combination, even though you have some public open source plugins out there where you still want to have some private stuff going on for some things. So where to go next? My aim today was to give you some insights on what would be possible if you would just do it. So I would recommend go out and do it. Always start, because it's easier if you just start and improve than always plan on doing it. And then I would aim for something like this. So also no advertisement, but we had the chance with the Molly plugins to improve the overall quality and bring it on a huge level with pipelines by now. So this is a screenshot from Molly. What we do as a plugin manufacturer is we run all these tests. So PHP syntax checks, minimum compatibility checks. This is a screenshot from Shopware 5 because yeah, I'm lucky and have to support PHP 5.6. Anyway, so static analyzers, and also by now, pretty maybe an older screenshot. There's ESLint involved, chest test, probably a sample test, but with not a Shopware version, a real test by now. And more important, also Cypress. And what you see there is we're doing real tests, so like registration, adding something to the card, switching a payment method, continuing and finishing the payment itself and the order in all these 10, 11 different payment methods in up to like 4 configurations, always the same in Matrix 2. So that is like an Apple Pay test and stuff like that. So like 80 end-to-end tests, and that all in, yeah, like 6, 10 Shopware versions at the same time. And especially when we're talking about Shopware 6, and the changes in there, it's a growing product, and it evolves, and it also might break in some versions. So I would strongly recommend especially Cypress and multiple Shopware versions if you want to go that way. But 2 things, just start, and also make it easy for your developers and for your team to use those stuff automated. Otherwise, you don't benefit from it. All right, so that was my talk about rock solid pipelines, CI/CD pipelines for Shopware plugins or entire Shopware shops. I hope you had some fun watching this. Thank you so much for having me. If you want to reach out, here's my Twitter and LinkedIn. Otherwise, I would be now curious to hear your questions. Thank you.
Awesome, Christian. That was a really interesting talk. I love the part about the automation of the CSS animations. It was actually a joke. So
It was. I'm not doing that in real projects anyway.
No. Because otherwise, next time in the next Reacticon, I'm really going to go for a Mission Impossible and challenging you to build that and work that out.
Do it.
But yeah, I loved the example that you came up with reCAPTCHA, because that's kind of like really in depth, something that everybody is going to use sooner or later in a project. So that definitely led to a huge opportunity. So your example with Molly was actually with a more generic shopware instance, and then of course testing for the plugin code of Molly itself. But how do you think actually this would fit in with custom projects? So a shopware instance that is custom made.
So custom projects can also be done. I did expect that question, to be honest. So we are an agency. We do have custom projects for our customers, obviously. So it has to be a different approach. So it's all about how fast and how automated can you set up your custom shop that mostly involves the database. So you can do things like, let's say, having a private backup server of anonymized databases. And in your pipeline, you download those databases, import it, and maybe run additional fixtures and migrations to have some additional data. So it's more about the way how you automate to have that most of the time database available. So yeah, I would probably fetch the database, import it, and then run the test on that. Yeah. Or have a static server.
Yeah, definitely. And what kind of testing would you recommend people to start off with? Would that be on the side of linting, like style linting and ES linting, or the other way with Jest and Cypress?
All of them. So I would now, just to be honest, I would recommend at least doing the setup with the basic configuration. I mean, most of the time it's copy paste. I'm a backend guy, and I did it, so it's not as a rocket science. But then you have your setup, and then don't expect from day one to have your Jest test running, because especially talking about unit testing, doing unit tests changes the way how you develop. So the more you get, the more experience you are with unit tests, the more or different your code looks like the one from someone who has no experience. So I would recommend doing it all with the default setup and see where you'll be heading to, and then try to do a test, 1 or 2, and increase. And the more you have, the more fun it is in the end.
Yeah. But so yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say PHP stand. If you start with level 1, and after a year, you'll be improving to level 8. So like the ESLint top level, don't expect your code to still work. So that is a huge work. Start from scratch, high.
Yeah, and that's maybe also a good point. That people who are testing slowly become realize that actually testing, if it becomes a habit, it's not that bad at all, and then slowly your confidence is just growing. But if you have zero experience with testing, it's basically just to start somewhere. I always also loved the little comment in there that basically once you got into the reCAPTCHA thing, you basically said like, well, let's first make sure that the test is failing. And that's kind of like a method from the TDD approach, test-driven development. But I think that's kind of like the normal thing to do whenever you're starting with testing.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about hours only with you about unit tests. So yeah,
let's do that another time.
Yeah,
awesome. And another question about the CI scripts. Are there any plans to offer all of those GitHub actions as templates, or that people could maybe reuse all of the tests that you've been using?
The good thing is, just head over to my GitHub profile. It's box print racer. There's it's now called Demo because I didn't want Reacticon Demo to appear before Reacticon, but it is exactly that sample we just saw. Or maybe head over to the Molly plugin, Shopware 5 or Shopware 6. You'll find everything in there. So it's open source. Feel free. Credits to me.
Awesome. Hey, yeah, I loved your talk, and I think it's definitely relevant to any kind of developer out there. And if they are already into testing, hopefully you've shown a couple of caveats or a couple of IDs that people can work upon. But also, yeah, by simply showing that it's kind of doable and kind of easy to get started with things. Yeah, hopefully that's inspiring others to kickstart their own testing CI/CD as well. So many thanks.
That's my plan for this year.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right. So many thanks for joining Reacticon. Next up is a Dutch guy from the company called Jirio. His name is Jesse Rijtsma, and he's going to present upon Shopware PWA in about 5 minutes' time. Let's do a proper introduction of him later on. But thank you, Christian.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a great day at Reacticon.
Of course, sure. Many thanks. We're going into a 5-minute break and see you guys back in a couple of minutes' time. And welcome back. Reacticon number 4, day number 2, talk number, I don't know, 4 something, 5. And actually joining us from the Netherlands is Jisse Rijtsma, a well-known figure in the Magento and Shopware community. So thanks for joining, Jisse. Well, thank you, Jisse, for introducing me. It's a little bit silly. We plan to do something more fancy with OBS or something that I could interview myself, but that's a big show. Actually, Christian in the talk before us, he was struggling also with a wonderful OBS setup, proving that it's doable, but yeah, a lot of caveats. Instead, I'm not going to introduce myself this way, but let me actually just share my screen with a talk on Shopware PWA, but then actually specifically one part combining it with the so-called shopping experiences, aka the Shopware CMS. Let me actually just introduce this topic and myself briefly. Well, I'm the organizer of this time's Reacticon. I've been doing this for a couple of years. I'm currently training Magento developers and Shopware developers, and also trying to help both communities with a couple of extensions. But the main thing is also that I dived into Shopware PWA some time ago. I simply love it. It's based upon the Vue Storefront 2 architecture. And with Magento, I dived into Vue Storefront 1. The architecture of Vue Storefront 1 was a little bit more complicated, and there were a couple of parts of the code that were less beautiful. But all of that is actually fixed with Vue Storefront 2. And then specifically for Shopware, the outcome was this Shopware PWA. Which I'm going to not really demo, but I'm going to talk about the code and the features in a bit. And that's basically what my talk is really about. You can see it on the slides. I'm going to demonstrate the flexibility of both the Shopware PWA and the Shopware CMS through a coding example. So first of all, maybe I need to introduce the Shopware 6 shopping experiences. Personally, I always refer to it as the Shopware CMS. It's something that you can use and manage through the administration of Shopware PWA, of Shopware itself. And it has a modular approach. And that modular approach is something I can quickly demo in a sample site that I do have up and running, showing basically that there are CMS pages, sections, blocks, and elements. And basically all of that is extensible by using a third-party Shopware 6 plugin, which is really cool, but not really included here in this talk. So consider actually the following a little bit more theoretical. Within the Shopware 6 administration, you should be able to navigate into this shopping experiences site. And then specifically by using all kinds of UI drag and drop features, I'm able to modify the content that is being demoed right here. In this case, it's a demo with a sample content, but obviously you can modify that. And if I would do the same thing actually for a product page or a category, then I can connect actually all of the what you see is what you get content towards those product details and the category details and everything behind it. Now, the thing that I'm actually constructing is called by Shopware in the administration a so-called shopping experience. That's more towards the marketeers, the end users. But actually underneath, there's the CMS functionality. So what I'm actually trying to put together here is a so-called CMS page. That CMS page is actually divided into multiple sections, either one with a sidebar or the full width, but theoretically you can also just adjust all of this to have multiple of these sections around. But normally speaking, when you're going to extend upon this CMS, you're actually going to extend the smaller parts, which are CMS blocks. And you can have a CMS block in multiple different categories. For instance, the sidebar and the form, the text images are kind of like straightforward. But in the commerce area, you would be picking up upon product details and then generating a product listing, as you can see right here. And then basically, as soon as you drag and drop that towards the CMS page part, then actually the CMS block itself is again composed out of CMS elements. And all of those CMS elements are again configurable like I've shown you before. So the CMS is basically wonderful. What you see is what you get behavior. But the technology behind it is basically also what this talk is really about. You could go into the coding part of Shopper 6, opening up PHP Storm, creating a plugin, and then within that plugin, you could create your own CMS block and CMS element, showing that to the very least, the Shopper 6 administration part, or specifically that shopping experiences part, is hugely extensible. Now, with my talk, I'm actually going to go into a little bit of a different direction. There's this other thing called Shopware PWA. It could be used instead of the traditional Shopware environment, the storefront based upon Twig templating and a little bit of JavaScript. And basically with the Shopware PWA, it's a PWA, so you're turning it around. It's a single page application based upon Vue storefront. And then actually as soon as the HTML is loading, then Vue takes over. And now because Vue storefront is based upon Vue, but also Nuxt, it leads into kind of like a complex architecture with Vue components, Vue plugins, Nuxt plugins, Vue storefront modules, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But that's showing basically the modular approach, the modular architecture of that Shopware PWA. And again, the cool part here is actually that part of that architecture is extensible with third-party Shopper 6 plugins. And that's kind of like the area that I would like to go into. What if we could build a Shopper 6 plugin that is extending both the Shopper PWA and the Shopper CMS and doing all kinds of neat things there? So yeah, that's kind of like the idea. That's the theory. And actually after this, I'm going to dive into the coding part more and more and more. So what I'm trying to accomplish is I'm trying to manage the content via the shopping experiences. And once that content is saved to the database, it should be exposed by using the so-called Store API. Let me explain a couple of things about that Store API in a few moments. But basically, that Store API is there to serve the traditional front end, the storefront based upon Twig and a little bit of JavaScript. But the entire essence of Vue storefront is itself actually based upon that same Store API. So anytime that we are using some kind of data, that data is extracted from that Store API by using an AJAX call and then pushed into the PWA. And that's kind of like the thing that I'm running a scenario upon. The final outcome is then that we can use so-called CMS components that are shipped with Shopware PWA Vue components to display all of that content that you built within the CMS part. And then the final bit is also to rebuild the PWA because of server-side rendering. But let me comment upon that later on in a little bit more of detail. Step by step, we're going to go through that whole scenario. And the first step is kind of straightforward, how to build a Shopware 6 plugin. Well, I say how to do that, but I'm going to skip that part because once you dive into Shopper 6, you will find out that there's a command line, bin console plugin create, but there's also numerous other tools that help you basically put together that skeleton code, which is including a composer.json file. It's including a so-called bundle file, in this case, swag training PWA CMS, because that's the name of the plugin that I'm building. And it's also coming up with a skeleton of the services.xml file. But basically, as soon as you get started with Shopper 6 plugin development, you know basically how that all fits in. Now, instead actually of covering those basics, I would like to go a step deeper into, well, something else. And that something else is basically that as soon as the Shopware PWA is loading data, I want to make sure actually that the Shopware PWA, the headless client, is able to load a specific CMS page. And that CMS page is going to fit in somewhere in the PWA later. So we're going to make that AJAX call towards the Store API. That's actually not the Store API /context URL that you see right here, but it's going to be a separate URL, store-api/CMS. So let's call it the CMS API. And that CMS API allows me to load a specific CMS page. Now, what I'm trying to get to here is actually that my plugin should have a configuration that is pointing towards that CMS page. So if we're going to load a CMS page in the PWA part, the question would be what kind of CMS page? And well, that CMS page is going to be identified with a database ID, a so-called UUID in Shopware. And that UUID needs to be saved to the database and added somewhere so that we can easily retrieve it. That's basically where this slide comes in, the call towards the context store API. So a specific endpoint within the store API that allows you to get all of the different details that might be viable for you to use. And basically that store API is something that the Shopware PWA part, View Storefront, kind of is going to use. And that call is actually going to be one of the first calls that the Shopware PWA is making. Now, I'm going to fail at showing a lot of demos, but once you dive into Shopware PWA, you open up the PWA and you start debugging what's happening underneath. Then actually one of the first AJAX calls, or the very first AJAX call that is going to happen, is actually the AJAX call pointing towards this context endpoint. And what I want is actually to extend upon that endpoint, extend upon that context, to allow my own configuration to be simply appended to that output, to the JSON that is being generated through that endpoint. Well, to do so, I'm going to use an XML file, the config.xml file, which is not that hard to put together. We'll see that in a few moments. That's the way that we can extend upon Shopware in the administration to actually just save things to the database. But once it's saved to the database, I need to extract that same thing from the database again. And that's where I use this PHP class, config.php. So a standalone class with a single purpose to retrieve everything from that configuration of that specific plugin that we're building. The next thing is actually a little bit more, a little bit harder, a little bit more black magic, as in a lot of backend developers are not really that familiar with this part. I'm going to decorate a certain service. And that service is called the Sales Channel Context Factory. It's a mouthful, but the idea about this class is the Sales Channel Context Factory is the factory to generate a class called Sales Channel Context. And I'm going to create a service decorator to extend upon that same class again as well. And why? Well, that's basically a slide back because that specific class is responsible for generating the context that is being outputted in JSON as soon as we reach that endpoint stored as API/context. So 3 different files that I'm going to go through, and it's not really front-end specific, but that's kind of like the goal here to combine pieces of the backend and front-end all together and come up with a more advanced scenario. So in my configuration file, I want to be able to enter different values. And normally that XML could lead into simple input that you could generate. That would be a text input. But in this case, actually, I want to have a drop down of all of the different CMS pages so that I'm able to easily select the CMS page of choice. And actually, the thing that I'm then selecting is not the CMS page as an entity, but actually the CMS page UUID, so the database ID, and that would be saved within my own configuration. Hence also the name of my value called CMS page UUID. So basically, it's showing that through a simple configuration file, you're able to extend upon the Shopware 6 administration. You can add in your own settings there. But the nice thing there is also that the keyword component is popping up. And if you're a little bit more familiar, slide back, a little bit more familiar with Shopware, then you might or might not know that the Shopware administration, the backend, is based upon Vue. And as soon as we bump into this component name SW entity single select, it's actually a Vue component that is registered on a global level. In other words, there's all kinds of different components in there in the Shopware administration that we could use. And every time that we know the name of that component, then it's kind of easy to use that component in this configuration file as well. And I'm referring here to a site called the Shopware Stoplight or Shopware API Stoplight, a documentation site, which is generating all kinds of documentation for the core components. So the selection that I just showed you to select CMS pages is one of them, but you can also build your own, and that kind of is pretty cool. It allows for a huge extensibility of the administration and based upon Vue, and that's actually funny because we're going to see Vue on the other side as well as soon as we're diving into the Shopware PWA. Now, the PHP class is so the PHP class that is exposing kind of the configuration towards other parts is this a simple class called config extending upon struct. I'm injecting the so-called system config service in my own class, and basically I'm creating a separate class because through this class it becomes easier for other classes to inject themselves with this class and expose that specific CMS page UUID that I just saved to the database. So basically, by using the system config service, I'm pushing in all kinds of configuration details, but I don't want all kinds of different details. I only want one specific detail, and that's the CMS page UUID. So I always do this. As soon as you have an XML file describing the input of that configuration, I always create a PHP class as well, a configuration class like this one, exposing that same configuration as well. And we're going to need that actually in a few moments, specifically when dealing with the sales channel context again. Now, a couple of pointers here about the config struct. Any public getter is used to expose data, but there's kind of like a caveat. That's the little note that you see here in the bottom. The CMS page UUID declaration, so let me go a slide back, is protected. So it's a protected string called CMS page UUID, but it needs to be protected and not private. And the reason is that the automatic behavior of the struct, the parent class, is basically taking care of, well, some kind of magic here. And for that magic to happen, the property itself needs to be protected. It might be a bug, but it might be, it's basically something I bumped into. And with that, actually, we have a simple class. That simple class is now something that we want to put into action. And that's basically where we need to configure things as a service. So I mentioned earlier that I was not going to discuss the services.xml file. Well, I am. This is basically a little bit of code to allow for that configuration class that I just created to be used elsewhere in the Shopware Symfony system. And now specifically, I injected also this dependency of the system config services in my own configuration class, and therefore the configuration class is basically ready for usage. Now, the same services.xml file needs to be extended also in a different way. And that's actually now the follow-up towards kind of like the final part here in the backend. I mentioned earlier that I wanted to extend upon the store API, specifically an endpoint called context. And specifically in that context endpoint, there's a little bit of PHP logic that is relying upon a class called the sales channel context factory. And every time when that sales channel context factory is called upon, it's generating a sales channel context itself. So through the factory, the real class is being constructed, and then that real class is being outputted in JSON through the store API. Now, somewhere in between, I basically want to inject my own code, and that's where I need to decorate the original service. So the original service is called Shopware Core System Sales Channel Context Sales Channel Context Factory. So it's again a mouthful, but I'm going to replace that original service with my own, the extended version. And to make sure that any call back to the original factory is still working, I'm actually going to inject the original factory as well in my own class. And that's where the little argument here pops up, .inner. So I'm actually going to create a PHP class, my extended sales channel context factory, and that extended that extended class is going to have a PHP constructor with two arguments. One of them is going to be the original factory, and the other one is going to be the PHP class that I just created. All right. So then we need to go into PHP code, as mentioned. So it's an extend upon the original class. However, instead of just using all of the original public, private, protected methods well, private is not possible, but all of the protected and public methods by simply extending upon it. I'm actually using a different pattern, and that's perhaps also a good pattern to use when decorating another class. I'm extending upon the original class, but I'm also injecting the original class. And that way, I can duplicate any method that's there in the original class without actually needing to duplicate all of the original dependencies of that class. So the original sales channel context factory had a PHP constructor, and I believe that there's about 5 or 6 different dependencies in that original class, but none of those dependencies are actually duplicated right here because, well, I've created my own class and I'm only depending upon that original sales channel context factory instead of depending upon the dependencies of that dependency as well. Hopefully that makes sense. Actually, the next slide is going to explain that a little bit better. Because the original class actually consists out of 2 different methods, create and get decorated. And instead of actually extending upon that original parent method, which is there, but I don't want to use it, I'm actually calling upon this sales channel context factory arrow create, or I'm simply just rewriting also the get decorated class as well. Anyway, so it's a long story short, a certain pattern to allow for the service decorator to depend upon the thing that you're decorating, but not to depend upon the dependencies of that thing that you're decorating. So it's basically there to guarantee leaner code towards the future. And then the bottom line, because that's actually halfway in between this coding sample. The reason why I'm decorating things is because I wanted to extend upon the sales channel context. And the funny thing is actually that the sales channel context is extensible because it has this method called add extension, which allows me to just call upon that method, add extension with my own name, with my own configuration, and then I'm actually done. So earlier I started to talk about my configuration class that is also a struct, and all of that is basically coming together here because if my sales channel context is extended with a struct, and my configuration is a struct, then actually all of the magic of converting that class into JSON output is basically taken care of by the store API. The end result is I've added an XML file. That XML file allows me to configure things. I've added a PHP class, a configuration class, to expose that configuration again elsewhere, like right here. And then I'm decorating the right class somewhere hidden away in the shopware architecture to simply allow for the context API within the store API to be extended in a nice way. So as soon as actually this part would be done, I should be able to do a GET request towards /store API /context. And then the outcome should be reporting the CMS page UUID that I stored in the configuration of my own plugin. So hopefully you're getting along with this. I'm slowly connecting all of the dots, but then we actually need to dive into a totally different system because normally maybe with a traditional monolithic front end like the normal storefront based upon Twig, you would simply be just adding a Twig template and then just exposing details through that Twig template. But with Shopware PWA, it works a little bit different. However, the cool part about Shopware PWA is I can use the same Shopper 6 plugin that I just previously created to also create all of the view components to make it work in the PWA part. And that's kind of like showing the extensibility of the Shopper 6 plugin itself, but then on the PWA counterpart. As soon as you add this folder, source resources app PWA, there could be added multiple different things in there, but I consider this kind of like still work in progress because as of yet, to my understanding, the config.json file is basically the main trick that you can do here. And that configuration.json file is there to actually point your own view component to a so-called slot. And I'm going to explain that part of the slot in a few moments. But first, let's dive into the view component, basically because that's already complex enough. So remember actually that I'm assuming that all of the previous parts worked out fine. which means I've extended upon the original context API my own CMS page UUID, so the identifier for the specific CMS page that I configure in the administration. That CMS page UUID should be there in the context response. And I'm also assuming that this view component is going to be part of the shopware PWA, so that within the shopware PWA, automatically part of the architecture is to make that AJAX call towards the context API. And whatever is retrieved through that AJAX call is actually part of kind of like the internal state of shopware PWA. Meaning that the only thing I need to do to get things working is to retrieve that UUID, which should be part of the view state already, and to use it to initialize the CMS page. And then the fun part is also that because the CMS is kind of integrated into shopware PWA already, if I want to display a certain CMS page, the only thing I need to do is just to call upon a child component within my own view component, a child component called CMS page. And that's kind of like what you see right here. I'm adding a little bit of HTML, my own heading, but I'm referring to the existing component CMS page to allow for the right output of things. So the real magic is actually happening in the scripting part of this view component, and that's where things become a little bit more complex. If you're familiar with Vue, then this should ring a bell. If you're not familiar with Vue or less known with JavaScript, this is going to be complicated pretty quickly. So first of all, shopware PWA is consisting out of view components like the one I'm using and the one I'm writing, but it's also consisting out of all kinds of functions, and those functions could be seen as divided into two different groups: composables and, well, whatever else is there like the Shopper 6 client. But a composable is actually something that makes use of a new technology within Vue. Vue 2 was kind of like recently, in the last year, replaced with Vue 3. And Vue 3 is replacing the options API with the composition API. And that composition API makes Vue feel a little bit more like React with hooks. And the main point is basically that instead of just creating a huge component, you're only importing those functions that you actually would like to use. And I'm importing here a composable called use section context. I'm importing another composable get application context. And all together, it's basically borrowing enough functions from the shopware core to allow me to do that thing that I'm actually after. The fifth line here is kind of simple and straightforward. I'm also importing the CMS page component because I was outputting it earlier in my template. But the more difficult part is basically the other imports and how to combine all of that into a single example. Well, to try to make things a little bit more understandable, I've compiled all of the code that belongs to the actual AJAX call. I've added it into a function called load CMS page, and that load CMS page function is then using all of these different functions from the shopware PWA core, like get application context and invoke get. In such a way that we're actually just initiating the right AJAX call. Now that might seem a little bit overly complex because, well, why on earth have this much code while a simple fetch might be there as well? But well, one of the reasons could already be that using the store API requires you to point to the right domain. And as you can see right here, I'm not initiating the domain of shopware, so that's already done for me. And the other part is also that to access the store API, you need to use a public token, and that public token also needs to be configured in the setup, and that's already done as well. So the reason for me to call upon this get application context and to get an API instance out of it is basically for ease of use, so that I don't need to configure that much anymore. The bottom line is I'm making an AJAX call, and that AJAX call is being sent towards the endpoint store API /CMS and then the CMS page ID, which is hidden away in the session context .value .extensions .swag training PWA CMS config. So that third line is a little bit complex, but you can see that the AJAX call towards the context has already done its job, and the only thing I need to do is just to extract the CMS page UUID directly from it to use it within my own Ajax call. Now, the outcome of a load CMS page is actually not a return value, and that basically has to do with the reactivity of Vue itself. If I go a slide back towards the template, what you see is right here that the CMS page component is being fed content, and that content is originating from a variable CMS page. But the semi-column or the columns are actually indicating that CMS page is a variable. And if I move forward to the Ajax call again, that variable is actually the third argument to my custom function load CMS page. So I don't want to return anything right here. I actually simply want to replace the CMS page variable as it is. And in the middle, you can actually see that the CMS page dot value is coming from the response data, coming from Ajax. And that's because the CMS page variable is a reactive property. Which is actually leading into the final part of the Vue component. In that part, I'm using the Vue composition API in the right way. So that's explaining the setup function that I have. Within that setup function, I'm calling upon the ref. Ref is turning any kind of variable into a reactive value. So that's where I have my CMS page. And now the bottom line is that I created in the earlier slide this load CMS page Ajax call. And that Ajax call is going to be called in two different cases. Either that I'm watching the session context, so that whenever the context Ajax call that I talked about all the way in the beginning, whenever that session context is loading, then I'm automatically just afterwards loading my own CMS page on top of it as well. I still need to experiment here a little bit with the code because I believe that the on-mounted is no longer needed thanks to that watch. But the sum up basically is I've created my own CMS I've created my own Ajax call by using all kinds of composable functions. Which makes me also comment upon this a little bit more, because as soon as you create a second component which looks the same way, then theoretically that function called load CMS page is something that you would use more than often, and therefore maybe it's best to turn that into a so-called Vue composable. So it's currently just a separate function, and that separate function is in the same file as my component itself. But theoretically, stuff like this could be added one time to the Shopware PWA core. It could be also my own personal third-party library that I easily install. But yeah, let's make it reusable to make it work more often. And then comes the final part. I've created a Vue component, but that Vue component is not doing anything yet. And that's kind of like the difficulty here. How to connect a custom component that is coming from a plugin, and that plugin is actually fed through the administration. How to make sure that the component, in this case, account CMS page, I'm not saying that correctly, how to make sure that the component that we created earlier is fitting in the right spot, in the right place within the Shopware PWA. So sooner or later, if you've created kind of like backend logic that we did right now, an Ajax call loading the CMS page and showing the CMS page, how to make sure that we are determining the right place where to locate that specific behavior, where to locate that specific component. Well, that's where Shopware PWA came up with something that is actually existing in Vue already for ages, slots. And a slot simply allows you to override the content of a child component, kind of, to allow to inject external content. Well, and that's basically something that, again, Shopware PWA has turned into something else. There's a specific component called SW plugin slot that allows you to determine a specific value for naming that slot. And as soon as actually that slot is there, we can use that slot to push something else inside it. Well, in this case, I've decided upon a silly scenario. As soon as you navigate into the Shopware PWA and you log in, you're able to head over to your own account. Within that own account, there's this component called SW personal info, and we can override that component called SW personal info to basically add a slot. And as soon as this slot is now there, then actually the slot name is account CMS page. But now, because the plugin in the backend is referring to that same slot, but then pushing in a certain view component, because of all of that, the original backend behavior is now used to inject your own view component somewhere in the shopper PWA, as long as there's a slot in there identifying the right space. Well, I think actually because of this happening more often, if this scenario is becoming a reality, because of that, actually, I think that overriding an existing component is something that you should do also in the cleanest way. So instead of just copying code from the original Shopware PWA default theme, as you will, or the core library, and just editing and hacking in there as well, there's this other approach of, let's call it composability. I'm able to call upon the original SW personal info by simply referring to this path at theme components forms SW personal info.view. So I'm grabbing kind of like the original component that is there in the core of Shopware PWA. I'm using it as a child component together actually with this other component, SW plugin slot. And then back to the previous slide, this allows me basically to override the original component without actually touching upon that component at all. And therefore, it's a clean way to basically just push your own slots in there so that those slots, again, are used by the backend components, or I should rephrase that, but is used by the view components that are offered by Shopper 6 plugins through the backend system in a flexible way. Now, if you're new to Shopper PWA, this might have been a mouthful. So I'm going to publish the slides later on. I'm going to also make sure that there's a coding sample that I'm going to refer to as well. But basically, the idea that I had was, well, just to go from one end of the system to another end of the system and just make it work. The exciting thing, hopefully, that this is showing you is basically that the Shopware PWA is fully extensible by leaning upon the view storefront architecture, which is nice and cool already. But then on top of it, we also have the ability to install Shopper 6 plugins that simply just unlock content, expose it anywhere in the whole Shopware PWA system. So any kind of Shopware PWA component could be extended with CMS content. And that's kind of like a really, really powerful thing that I simply wanted to demo. Long story short, hopefully this coding example was showing simply the flexibility of both the Shopper 6 plugin system in the backend, because I also dived into things like service decorators and the configuration. But likewise, we can expose all of that functionality in the front end as well, thanks to the Shopper PWA architecture. And that's it for me. I'm not sure if there's any specific questions. On the other hand, I'm slowly running out of time anyway. So let me see if there's actually questions waiting. There is. I closed down my Slack. So Anton, how to be future-proof with service decorating config with when underlying service is updated in future Shopware versions. So that's indeed leaning back into the example that I gave about the service decorator. In general, I have to admit that I'm a little bit fuzzy upon how Shopware is trying to guarantee certain services are not changing. With Magento, for instance, we've been using interfaces and API service contracts for all of that all along. But it seems more that with Shopper 6, that backwards compatibility simply follows from the roadmap. But I think, or the changelog. However, I would say also that removing code and adding code basically hooks into how you're treating semantic versioning. And I'm not saying anything about Magento, but Shopware has a different way of maybe treating semantic versioning a little bit more proper. So therefore, if you're relying upon a certain class and that class is in the system, it's kind of like proving that that class will not be removed in the near future. But I have to say it a little bit more careful because I don't know about the plans. But by sticking to semantic versioning, you should be fine. On the other hand, as soon as there's interfaces, then actually that interface is actually meant to be protecting that override and protecting the decoration in a better way. But unfortunately, in my case, there was no interface to be used. So I just grabbed basically the factory. I just grabbed the specific class that I found useful, and it was working. Another point of Anton is actually that not all of the shopper classes are defined as a service. So I would also say that if you're trying to change something, always hunt down the classes that are actually defined as a service. But if you're using a class and then trying to turn it into a service on your own and then trying to decorate it, most likely it's not going to be working out because only a service is fully injectable into another service. So if the class is not a service yet, most likely it's being used in a totally different way. So for instance, if the object instantiation would happen with new, the PHP keyword new, then it's bypassing the whole DI container of Symfony, and therefore service decoration is also not a possibility. But slowly it's suddenly turning into a backend conference. So let's turn it back into a front-end conference. So hopefully this was just nice to see a scenario. Hopefully it was not too in-depth and still easy to follow. That being said, I'm running out of time myself. Next up is Ramona, who's about to start in let's say 5 minutes time. So let me leave the stage and give her the room in a couple of minutes time. So stay tuned. Ramona is going to talk about Cypress end-to-end testing. We've heard that before. So it's definitely going to be interesting to hear her opinion, and specifically also for Shopware. So see you guys back in about 5 minutes, and stay tuned. So let's go into the live stream. All right. And we're back up and running with the next talk together with Ramona. Hi, Ramona.
Hello, everyone. I'm so excited.
Yeah, well, we are as well. We just talked about it briefly, as in that the previous talk before my talk was from Christian Dango, and he already gave a couple of pointers to that testing is good, testing is necessity.
You always should test, please.
Exactly, yeah, that's the bottom line. But I personally think also, I asked him that question, like if people are new to testing, where to begin. And then he basically said, like, well, everywhere. So unit testing, linting, whatever. But I personally think that theoretically, Cypress is actually one of the ways to get started with things where it's the most worthwhile, right? I'm not sure if you share that opinion.
I think so, yes. It's a wonderful, way to not get burned, if you can call it like that. I don't want to be mean, but I had lots of fun with learning Cypress, and I hope I can share it with you.
Yeah, exactly. And well, that's also the reason why you have this talk, of course. So awesome. Hey, let's just take it away. If you're ready, you can share your screen.
Yes, on my way.
Awesome.
I think we're ready to go. Please send help if you don't see my presentation, but if yes, I think we are ready to start.
Perfect. And could you put it still in presentation? Yeah, perfect. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you as well. So again, hello everyone here at Reacticon at the second day. I'm so glad to see you here, even though it's just virtually, but well, maybe we can catch up in person someday. Well, you know what I mean. I'm so glad that you give me the opportunity to show you my journey with end-to-end testing and how it came to a good end finally, and how you don't need to be afraid of end-to-end testing anymore. So, well, this talk is about how to use Cypress the shopware way. So there was a talk yesterday by Peter Yap, which was wonderful and a good introduction as well. So here comes kind of a complement to that with some additional hands-on in the shopware approach. So I hope you like it a little and maybe spot one or two new things. So let's get started. Let's introduce my talk in some kind of other words. So I'm Ramona and welcome to the premiere episode of Mo Present Formless Test. Little side note, Mo is the nickname of me when it comes to online gaming. So, well, basically you can call me whatever you want in this case. I'm working at Shopware as a software developer, especially when it comes to the front-end area. So I love to use front-end testing in my daily business, but I especially have about 5 years of experience when it comes to quality assurance. So you might have guessed I'm quite passionate about test automation. So, well, that's basically the thing I want you to get to know and basically the thing I want to talk with you about. So automated testing in general. I think you should always write a test for any function change because it guarantees that your written code works, of course, and that no mean third-party developer destroys the functionality of your code with his code in the future. So it's basically like an insurance, if you want to call it like that. Having many tests equals having good test coverage, in my opinion. So if you have good test coverage and lots of test cases, maybe, lots of useful test cases, of course, you can be confident when it comes to releasing or deploying stable software without requiring lots of additional manual testing, which can be daunting at times. So testing is great, but you might ask yourself, okay, what should I test? What is this testing topic and how much do I need and what do I do? Oh my God. Well, let's take a look at this little example. It's the test pyramid, which provides a metaphor of a possible ratio between the test types. Well, of course, the intermediate ones of you might say, okay, test pyramid, okay. Of course, I love to discuss it, but I think that's a topic for another talk. So let's dig through this simple example first and take a look at it. You see this little shape of a pyramid, which shows you the amount of test cases you should use for each test type, and a direction from bottom to top. Bottom means fast and cost-efficient tests, and top means slow and expensive tests. So unit test is the base layer of the lower layer of the pyramid, right? Because unit tests are basically tests of single components, and those components can be services, classes, interfaces. Yeah, the definition of a unit differs, but well, they are fast, they are easy to understand, and should be, in theory, easy to maintain. So you should write lots of unit tests when it comes to the test pyramid. The integration layer is the middle layer of the pyramid and is describing testing of components in combination with each other. So a bit more abstract. And as they are a bit slower than unit tests, they are in the middle. Last but not least, you see this E2E for end-to-end testing at the top, which is the main focus of our talk today. They are indeed quite slow and expensive, but there's something which might be better when it comes to end-to-end testing. So there's the sun rising. I use it for a reason for being the focus of my talk here. So, okay, I use the term end-to-end testing a lot. So to get us all at the same page, let me briefly reconsider what end-to-end testing is all about. I love to describe it as workflow-based testing. So yeah, the testing focused on a workflow and taking a workflow and testing it from beginning to end, basically. If you have a quality assurance background, you might notice that it's similar to a system test in theory. So it's basically a computer simulating a real user and clicking and navigating, scrolling, all the things a user would do. And this is the reason why end-to-end tests are still meaningful, even though they are expensive, because they are close to the user and raise our trust and confidence in our application, because they are such close to the user and test your real functionality. So this sounds quite good, but you still might wonder what to test now. So, well, which test case should we cover, especially when it comes to a hands-on example in this talk? As end-to-end tests are really expensive, you really need to prioritize. To give you a little example, and I'd love to discuss it later on, at Shopware, we use 2 points to prioritize. The first being the coverage of the most general and most used workflow of a feature. For example, such as CRUD operations. I love to use the term happy path to describe it. All those are basic workflows of a feature. The second one, as you might have guessed, it's not too clever to cover just happy path. When it comes to workflows which are most vulnerable, for example, where errors could cause the most damage. In e-commerce context, it's the cart process, to name one case. Those end-to-end tests should be more detailed than just happy path tests. So here I would like to look more closer and write more tests. And last but not least, the third point, we should waive end-to-end tests if we cause duplicate coverage, or even more if a unit or integration test is better suited because it's faster and easier to maintain. All right. Well, sounds good at the cover, you might think, but well, there might be some problems with end-to-end testing, right? Are there some reluctances because of that? And sure, that's right. The first being slow speed, as we talked about before when it comes to the test pyramid. Running end-to-end tests certainly takes time, especially when it comes to CI, where you don't see what the test is doing. Well, and it's a thing of nature of things. The computer is clicking, and that certainly takes longer than just giving some input inside of a unit and looking at the output. So, of course, I know that people are impatient, especially when it comes to a feature to be merged. So I am impatient as well. So waiting quickly frustrates those people, and including me. Well, but there's one other topic which tends to frustrate me as well. It's the poor maintainability, or the worse maintainability in comparison to other test types. End-to-end tests might be hard to debug. And thinking about the full application stack being available when it comes to running a Gen test, there is indeed lots of error potential and lots of possibilities where a failure might occur. So of course, they can be hard to debug. Imagine this first case, you have only logs to observe or debug the behavior on CI. And yeah, you are not able to see at all what happens inside of your test. And this can cause huge of pain in debugging. But last but not least, I want to introduce you to my boss fight enemy, you know what you call it. It's flaky test. Think about tests that sometimes fail or pass without you changing anything in between. A build which passes on the first day, fails on the second day, and passes the next 3 days, and fails on the 10th day. I don't know. But these are tests who give you no value because you cannot trust them. There are like Heisenbugs, or Heisen tests in this case, where the failure only occurs when you look away, in our case, when you don't debug the failure. And those cost me lots of nightmares, and you don't want to meet them, trust me. So, well, I complained a lot at the moment, of course, but you don't need to be worried about that. I have found a way to cure, or at least to better avoid these pain points. And I would like to share them with you. How end-to-end testing is not that painful as you might think, how to make the most of your test execution times, and how to reduce maintenance and flakiness issues. So in order to do that, let's provide you some context first when it comes to working at Shopware with the end-to-end test there. So when it comes to Shopware 6, it's a new development based on Symfony and Vue.js for administration. So Vue.js administration, these are the keywords I deal with a lot when it comes to my daily routine. So with time, such an application can become relatively complex, and so does the test structure and the test cases itself. So at some point, I had the permission to move everything to a new framework to support us even better than before. And so there was the question, okay, which framework to choose? The most important thing was compatibility to our stack, especially when it comes to Vue.js. So I couldn't use the good old solution because in Shopware 5, we used Behead with Mink, which was PHP based and with Selenium. So there was no option to make it in a good way when it comes to Shopware 6. It was no good match for our stack. So my first try was actually using a Nightwatch.js and WebDriver IO for browser automation, which enabled me to write tests in JavaScript. But there were some other compatibility issues I would love to discuss in detail if there's some time left. So basically, in the end, we choose to use Cypress. So yes, Cypress. We had a wonderful talk. We have a wonderful talk on Cypress yesterday by Peter, and I really loved it. And of course, you will find some familiar things inside of my talk here as well, but maybe 1 or 2 new things as well. So we'll we'll start into a hands-on really soon, and not only hands-on. I will do some live coding and wish me luck that it will go on well. I don't know, but well, together, my talk and his talk should get you started. Basically, no matter if it's with Shopware or even with Magento or with any other e-commerce system. So, well, let's take a look. To introduce Cypress in a short matter, it's an all-in-one test framework which uses Node.js. So your test can be written in JavaScript, and Node.js syntax is being used. So if you wrote some front-end tests before, you might find yourself familiar. It's quite good to learn it. What I really love about Cypress is they provide their own user interface for running tests, which they call test runner, and we will work with this test runner later on in the live demo. And a wonderful big plus for me is that there's no Selenium or WebDriver involved. Cypress provides an own solution which runs inside of your browser, not just outside and remote controlling it, which provides you wonderful features for easy debugging and even more like time travel, which I will showcase later on, and wonderful waiting possibilities. All right, enough of theory. I talked about a lot yet. But let's make it quick and let's pray to the live demo gods and get going. But before we start to code our first test from scratch together, again, the wonderful question, what do we want to test? Well, remember our prioritization. We want to test most common workflows and workflows which will cause most damage if broken. So let's take this user story. I, as a customer, I want to add a product to the cart, which is a quite essential workflow when it comes to an e-commerce system, right? So let's do exactly that. And leave my slides. Okay. Let's start from scratch by creating a little folder. I'll call it example Reacticon. No typos points. I'll open it, and there I can install Cypress. I'll use the npm command for that because of convenience, but if you don't like to use npm, you're free to use Jan commands, or even you basically download their zip file from their website if you want to use neither of those. So we are already good. So we are able to open the test runner. There are many ways to do that, but I prefer to use this one. You can just call the binary or use a little npm script if you want to write one. There are many opportunities. So it's, yeah, I see a little typo. Of course, I did typos. There we are. This is the test runner. Give me a little moment to zoom in a bit. There you see lots of pre-created test files, which are basically examples provided by Cypress to showcase their own feature. But let's hide them for now, as we want to write our own test. You could keep this area in mind, which the name integration test, because there's lots of things happening later on. But to get us a bit more quick way onto the point I want to start, I already created a little project to get us going. So let's open this one. I hope it's, there already is there. And collect the examples. As you see, I think today there was a new update for the version 8.6.0, but I just wanted to keep it safe and use the old version. But of course, you can search for the newest one in the changelog. All right, well, let's create a test then. But before I want to do that, I want to give you a little overview on what's happening inside of such a project of Cypress. So here's the root folder with the Cypress folder, which contains basically all test-related things. Here's a configuration file, which is quite important for using Cypress, so I want to showcase it here. I defined a base URL, which is the URL which is pointing to the application under test and will be used as a prefix for many commands which are related to that. So, but you can configure basically anything like timeouts or viewports or lots of things. All right, when we proceed and open the Cypress folder, we see 4 more important folders. This fixture one is the one containing fixed test data you want to use, for example, for creating fixtures or stuff like that. So please don't use any IDs where you are not 100% convinced that they won't change, but besides that, they're quite good to use. Here, this integration folder is the folder containing all of our actual tests. So we will, basically work most of the time we will work here. All right, the plugin folder is quite self-explanatory because it gives you an opportunity to extend Cypress functionality while using plugins. Same as with the support folder, it gives you possibility to extend Cypress functionality, but in another way. For example, by adding helpers, page objects, or even custom commands. I use the word command here. A command is basically any action Cypress does in order to interact with your application under test. For example, clicking, scrolling, asserting. And if you want to use own commands for some things which is happening lots of times in your application, you can use basically that. Okay, enough talk. Let's start to create a test now. I'll call it product to cart. I know it's not really creative, but should be fine for now. This little spec here stands for specification, and is a common convention when it comes to naming front-end test files. So you might have already seen it from Jest or any Mocha things. Okay, let's add it. And okay, how to start now? That's the thing which helps you to provide a frame of your test, basically structuring things. And it's the describe method. This one provides structure for your test, especially when you think about adding more than one test to this file. And it's might be important for using hooks as well. So this is a quite essential aspect. So how to call this test suite, basically, this test file. Let's call it add products to the cart. All right. Give me a minute to finalize the describe. Now we are ready to actually write our test. The it function is our actual test. So this is the point to start. I will call my test, it should add product to cart. If you got some more creative names, I'd be really thankful for you to post it in the chat and to discuss about that, because that's a wonderful topic to cover, but too much for this talk, unfortunately. All right. If you think about you're basically starting to test the website, what would be the first thing to do? Of course, it is visiting or navigating to the website we want to visit. And we can use the slash as a placeholder because we defined the base URL before. All right, so let's save and take a look if we are fine. There we started Chrome browser and the test will be executed. It might take a moment because I set up Shopware completely fresh beforehand, but yeah, we visited our storefront. And congratulations, we already wrote our first test together. And yes, I can see a disappointment because it doesn't do anything. So we need to continue. We need to make it better. So, okay. What do we want to do? We want to add a product to cart. And in order to do that, we will open the product, as I do here. And go to this add to shopping cart button, click it, and it's added to the cart. So that's exactly what we want to teach Cypress to do. So let's get backwards. As you saw yesterday, maybe, and if not, it's no problem, but there are many possibilities to see selectors and to identify the elements you need with the selectors. So let's choose the selector playground first. And I want to click this product name to be sure we will use the product we want. So this is the selector for this element here. So you see it's unique because it's just one matched element, but I don't think I like it this way. It's quite long and it's not that intuitive to read. So I take this last selector now with me and I work with the name. So I won't use the get command, which would return as an element when we pass in selector, but I use the contains command. This one basically uses the selector we provide and the product name. And he will check if the string we use, like the name here, is contained in this element. So I think that could be a nice idea to get the unique element, the unique product name in a way that's good to read. Okay. So I want to click it to open the product. Let's see if we write here. And there we go, hopefully. Yeah, we opened the product. All right, so let's do the same with this button here. Let's get the selector, copy it, and use the same command. I want to use this one, the button. I know there's one dot too much, so I remove it and use add to shopping cart. All right, let's save and see how far we come. And the product is opened. And I don't think that looks good, right? Yes, our test failed. And of course, if you take a look at the button, you see I used uppercase, so it's totally fine that it failed. So to take a wonderful look at this debugging capability Cypress provides, you see here is the error message, but we can pin this by clicking it and open the DevTools. I hope the font is okay. And then we can inspect anything of this failure inside of the DevTools, like which command failed, what content was used, which element they found, and the error message again. And this can be really cool. Furthermore, if you hover above these log entries, you see we can see any step Cypress did to execute our tests. So we have wonderful insights. And if I point this log entry, we even see where it clicked. And this was a huge pain when working with Nightwatch because I tried to click an element, but I clicked it here and not in the center or anything like that. And so this is a huge time saver and it saves my life sometimes. So that's cool. Okay, let's go back and correct the issue. Add to shopping cart. All right. And we are adding it to the cart. Wonderful. But we just tested the workflow. We didn't took any look on if it's the right product, if it was successful, anything. So we need to use some more things. A habit which I have is before I do anything on the site to interact with it, I want to ensure that it's fully loaded so I can basically prevent flakiness. So let me search for this listing to be visible before so I can be sure it's fully loaded. I know it's not that easy to pinpoint it this way, so I use the standard DevTools to find this selector. And there we are. Let me change back to our IDE and make sure that the listing is fully loaded before we do anything. Okay, I think it was CMS product listing. Yeah, I should have copied it beforehand. There we are. Should be visible. I didn't introduce you to those kind of commands. And this one is an insertion, which basically inspects the status of the site and compares it to your test. So if your application does not fulfill your requirement, your test will fail. So this is a wonderful way to make sure that everything's good, but also a wonderful way to wait that changes in the UI take place. For example, you have something to load like here, or anything basically, like animations to stop is a wonderful example. So there's one part where I want to use such an insertion as well. It's here when it comes to opening the card. I don't want this animation to make my test flaky, so I want to wait for this off canvas to be present as well. So where's the off canvas selector? I think it's here, yeah. Let me copy it and check for that right after the click. There we are. Should be visible. I shouldn't rush. I shouldn't rush, I said. Visible. All right. There's a point missing, a dot. let's take a look if it works out. Waiting for a new page to load, and yes, it should be fine for now. Okay, last but not least, I want to make sure that it's successful. So I want to assert on this little alert here. So I take the selector. I put it contains to check the string inside of it. And yeah, I'll copy the string. All right. And the same things I want to do with the product itself. So that's the right product inside of the card. So let's get this little selector. Add it here. And use the product name. There we go. I think I want to do that at the product detail as well, because this way I can make sure that a product detail page is loaded as well. And we have the same product, the right product to work on. So let's keep again a look at the selector of the product title here. Copy it and insert on it. Well, I rushed a bit. I hope I was able to, yeah, don't do any error inside of it. I use some should be visible assertions to make sure they are visible and to assert on that. So let's do that here. Fingers crossed. Let's hope that it will pass. Yeah, it should click now. Yeah, I think I pasted it in a wrong way. So let's correct that here. And try it again. The drunks are loud and rewrite. One little aspect I want to show to you is my favorite kind of waiting for changes. It's the feature to wait for actual responsive of API requests, which can help you a lot to wait efficiently. So let's take a look. I think I'll use this little selector here. I hope I can zoom in. Yeah, a little bit of at least. This one could be used to make sure that the card is fully available for us. So let's start with the Cypress intersect command. This intercept command makes it that Cypress knows your API request to wait for. And therefore, we need to define the URL, that's the endpoint of the request, which was widget checkout.info, and the method, which was a get. That's right. I'll assign an alias to it so that Cypress can work with this route later on. Let's call it checkout available or something like that. Okay, and then I'll add a little assertion here with the command Cypress wait for this route. We could leave it that way. Cypress will wait for the request, but it won't take care of any status code. So even if you got a 400 or 500 error, this test will pass. So I prefer to add a little assertion on the status code. I do it with the its command. Response status code is it, I think? Status code. And it should be equal to 200, as we saw back in the test runner. Equal 200. All right, let's take a look. Fingers crossed that it works out. Let's open the site. It goes to the product detail and it adds it if it loads. And there you see it. You have the wait. It waits for the successful request and it asserts on the status code. So yes, now I can say, congratulations, we were able to create our first test from scratch together. All right. So let's return to the slides. As you can see, there's a shallow learning curve when it comes to learning Cypress. From a Cypress point of view, if you've already been used to JavaScript, you don't have to learn much extra. Even the Mocha things or Cypress typical things, you will get a grab quickly. Another thing I really love about Cypress is that it supports open source. I really love that with my open source background, and this test runner is indeed completely open source and it's free of charge, so you can try it out, basically. On top of that, Cypress has a growing community, so there are many people providing good resources, free courses, and their documentation is top-notch. It's really great, so please take a look. And having a great community means that there are many plugins as well. So there's one starting with additional commands, for example, a native file upload, until full and complete visual testing integrations, which is really, really impressive. So speaking of open source, I have a repository with this code example. I'll add my slides and anything else you want me to share inside of it. So please take a look. And for feedback, please feel free to reach out to me here in the chat, at Twitter, LinkedIn, wherever you find me, basically. So what else can I say then? Thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time. I hope I was able to show you a little starting point in Cypress. And yeah, let's talk about it.
Awesome. Thank you, Ramona. That was
thank you as well.
Yeah, that was I think really insightful. If you would like to get started with Cypress in the first place, we've got a couple of questions coming in.
Sure, greatly.
Start in the top. Will the Cypress tests be included in the Shopware core?
Yeah, they are actually already.
Oh, they are already.
So, all the things provided for platform itself, so Shopware 6, can be found. If you want, I can research the link and put it in the chat later on.
Yeah, it would be perfect, I think. Yeah. And another question, given a series of tests that require a customer to be logged in on the storefront, moving through the entire login process every time by interacting with the page seems to be quite a time sink. Is there a possibility to make Cypress log in the customer via the API?
Yes, of course. And actually, I do it myself when it comes to testing Shopware. I always advise you to do it via API. Anything you don't want to test directly. For example, when you take the checkout process, you need the product, you need a customer, a category maybe, and you don't want to test them inside of your checkout process. So please add them as test fixture beforehand at any time, as soon as possible. So there's actually a little NPM package where we collected some custom commands we use in our Shopware Cypress tests. So if you want to use them, of course, they are tailored for the Shopware core. So if you are developing some plugins, you might have to adjust them a bit, but at least that can be a good starting point, I think.
Yeah, that would be awesome to share as well. So I think the more code people will see to get started with things, the better. And maybe to comment upon things. The question earlier about the customer logging in via the API. The API is then the store API, I guess. And then within the store API, the context token is simply synced with the current session that is used by Twig templating and so on. So yeah, that should just work.
Yeah, I don't know if it's working with the Store API, but with the admin API, it's 100% working. So let me check that out. But okay. There are some basic things working with the Store API, like adding some things to the cart and stuff. That should be okay. Don't nail me on it, but
exactly,
when it comes to the administration, where I work most of the time, logging in is totally possible.
Yeah. Hey, and a question actually from my side.
Sure.
I was wondering also that if you're writing Cypress tests, how often the test comes after the actual code. I think quite often, right? So that it's not TDD, but that's not a bad thing. So that basically leads into the follow-up question. Is it also occurring more often that while writing the Cypress tests, you realize that actually the code itself, the JavaScript code involved or just the Twig template needs to be improved?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes. I think I can be honest about that, especially when it comes to the selectors provided. So if I have those 1,000-line big selectors, I try to add more classes. Unfortunately, we are using CSS selectors at the moment. I think it's valid when it comes to Shopware because we don't want to release any breaking changes when it comes to templating. So it's okay in this case. But I myself, I am a big fan of using data attributes, and I would love to refactor anything when it comes to data attributes because they are not that prone to change. And you will, if you see a test failing, you can be sure that it's an error and not just an outdated class or something.
Yeah, it's basically also a more semantical way of treating the DOM, and definitely helpful. I think that's it for the questions. Let me double check. Yep, that's it. So thank you so much, Ramona.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and it was kind of like a nice little thing that as soon as you came in, I actually asked Peter Jaap also, and he said like, okay, I can do a talk about Cypress as well. And then Christian Dangel also popped up with the same talk. So it's kind of like Cypress everywhere. And then hopefully by just having 3 talks around Cypress to begin with, hopefully people get aware that it's a good starting point to allow for testability.
And it could save your life, literally, sometimes when it comes to releasing things.
Yeah. So thank you so much. I enjoyed it, and I think a lot of us enjoyed it as well. Next up is Björn Meyer. Let's take a 5 minutes break so that we're able to set up things on our side. But in 5 minutes time, so a little bit later than scheduled, we're going to kickstart the final talk of today about Tailwind and Alpine, and then include it in Shopware. So it's going to be a buzz, and definitely stay tuned for that. But thanks again to Ramona and everyone else.
Thanks for having me.
See you in about 5 minutes.
See you.
and then we're live again together with Björn Meyer. So welcome, Björn.
Thank you, Ise. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and it's funny. So I'm not sure how you attended last year's Reacticon, but I think also by watching a live stream or maybe watching the videos back.
Yeah, just jumping in on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're a shopware developer, but are you also dealing with Magento or?
Yeah, mostly in the past I was dealing with Magento. Yeah, for sure.
yeah, because basically, for me it's kind of fun to bring that up. That once you were watching the live stream and the videos of Reacticon 3, at the end of the whole conference, there was this talk by Willem Wigman, Dutch guy. Some of us know him, and he gave a presentation about Hufa, and then suddenly Hufa became a thing,
Yes.
which inspired you to do something kind of like similar, which is the reason that you're actually here. So. Yeah, I'm really excited to have you in here to inspire other shopware developers, and it's kind of like also proving the whole point that Reacticon is trying to make. That by diving into Magento, we can inspire shopware developers. By diving into shopware, it can inspire again Magento developers, and it's basically all there to learn from each other. But yeah, I think the practical part, your talk, is going to be like the living proof of all of that.
Thank you. Yeah.
So take it away, I would say.
Thanks. So I will share my screen. Oh wait. Yes. I added your animals here because they are so beauty. Yeah. So I was just what happened for the other guys. I'm working at Flagbit, a web agency located in Germany, and most of the time I did Magento 2, like ESZ already. And yeah, last year I watched Reacticon for 3, and the last talk from William was really inspiring, like we said already. And it was like, okay, I want to play around with Tailwind. I want to do something with Alpine JS. And yeah, but the place was taken for the Magento side, and I know Magento a lot. But then there was Shopware 6 around the corner, and I decided, hey, just let's try if I get it working in Shopware with a theme. So in December, I published a proof of concept. It's open source on GitHub, and everybody can check it out and test it. It's completely not done, so I will show later what is the current state and what need to be done. And yeah, there was a webinar with Shopware, and there's also a blog post. So I will later share the slides, and you have the links where you can check this out. So this talk is not about why Tailwind and not Bootstrap or something else. So that I was covering in the first video and blog post and so on. And yeah, then this year I want to attend Shopware Community Day, but my son had other plans for me. So I wasn't there, I was in the hospital, and if you hear him, it's from down, so he needs something to eat, I guess. So today, Reacticon, thanks for having me, it's great. And yeah, before I start with Tailwind and what is new there and what I did there, I just want to talk a bit about the default Shopware frontend, not PVA. So I was thinking about, okay, what do we have already in the default Shopware frontend? And asking myself, is it a modern frontend or what could be improved? It's So I was thinking, okay, we have a flexible rendering engine like Twig, and then I realized, okay, Twig is already 11 years old, so it's old but flexible. So, and you can also write own Twig extension if you need some functions in Shopware you miss. So I think that's really fine. And yeah, then I was thinking, okay, what about linting? Yeah, we have linting. So if you have a customer project, you can just check the core, how they lint JavaScript, how they lint styles and so on. And you can do the same in your customer project. So yeah, that's also what we're doing, like with GitHub Actions, linting for style errors, for example. So I think this is also fine. So that's great to have this here. And yeah, then I was thinking, okay, what do we have in JavaScript space? So we have this plugin manager from the core, and it's really easy if you read the dev docs of Shopware. It's really easy to extend, to write your own JavaScript. That's fine. And then before this talk, so last week, I was like, okay, at the moment, I have all the Bootstrap JavaScript all still in my theme, but I want to get rid of this. So I just want to have the plugin manager, but it's not easy to achieve. I mean, I need my own build process. I already have this for Tailwind, but it would be my wish, or it would be cool that we just have some config what we would want to include. Like, for example, at the moment we are on Bootstrap 4, and on Bootstrap 5 you can easily define what components to import and what style to import. So that would be a wish from me to Shopware, that we are more flexible about the JavaScript and the styles we include. So at the moment, everything is in one file and compressed, and that's fine. But yeah, it would be cool to have a choice or a configuration there. So yeah, and also I was just checking the for example, the components, and they are really fine. Clean written and so on, but I asked myself, okay, it would be cool to have TypeScript there. So yeah, that's just a suggestion. So also about three shaking, I did not check if we need three shaking, because I did not check which functions are not used. But probably there will be some dead code, I guess. But it's not a must-have, but we don't have it at the moment, so that's a cross here. And yeah, style, we have preprocessor that's working fine, but the only thing, because of that, the Tailwind CSS theme was also created, is to purge unused CSS. So there's no possibility to search at the moment the core Twig files if there are classes or CSS not used. So just having the CSS that is really used on the page. Also, it would be cool because, yeah, okay, I have this Magento background, and in Magento it was more easy to define, okay, I want on this page this CSS and so on. But it's not covered at the moment from the core. Everything is in one file, but it would be cool. At least I would say then it's more modern front end. Yeah. And also about the themes, I guess themes are really great in Shopware. So also with the shopping experience, you can achieve a lot of things already out of the box from the admin. So it's great. But there's, at least from the projects we did, we realized, for example, you want to have some theme inheritance. So it's possible in Shopware in the core. But you cannot configure, for example, the parent theme from the backend. So you need the admin API to post the new parent ID to the child, and then it's working. But also there are some difficulties, like if you have a theme configuration, so you have to duplicate the configuration to the child theme, and so the inheritance is not 100%. It's fine that it's there, but there are some more flexible parts we could do. So yeah, that's just the point here. And yeah, also we realized during development that the fonts are, also when you load them from Google, or depending also on your network, the page gets slow. So I suggest you just to use a small service worker with a cache first strategy. And yeah, we just did that. It's really easy with Workbox, and it's just a suggestion that should be also in the core. Like it could be done with a small plugin. We already did it with a plugin, and yeah, then we are fine. We are the first download of the font will take a bit longer, but every second, third page is really fast. So that would be just cool. Yeah. Also, when I think about images, we discovered some problems, I would say. We have in the core, we have this shopware thumbnail function, and it generates this this image with different source sets and so on. But yeah, in the last version, I guess the shopware fixed a bug there, and now there's not that many images downloaded. But when you go on a category page and load the page and look at the network tab, you see a lot of images that are not used. So yeah, we optimized that also for a customer, and just use lazy loading. It's just an attribute you have to set on the image. So I would also say that should be in the core. So it's fine to have this. It's not about bashing here. It's just my suggestion to improve the core also. And development, it's really cool to have this fast building times compared to Magento. It's really great, really fast, and to have this minification in the core and so on is fine. And also the tools that Shopware is investing in, the tools to make us working faster is really, really great. And I suggest you to check out this Shopware Sex Toolbox. It's really great, helping also to create Vue components and so on. Yeah, so that was just my thoughts about what we have in the core. And like always, we need some lighthouse scores, and you see I faked them on my local machine, so don't take them too serious. But I mean, it's just a local machine. It would be better on our hosting system. So here we have some category page with only 24 products and with all the Tailwind CSS loaded. So if you load the complete Tailwind CSS, you have some CSS file around 4 megabytes, and it's just breaking down your performance. Maybe my Docker was also slow in this example, but it's not good. So and after that, I use the build process for production. So we in the Tailwind theme, we have one build process for dev and one for production. In dev, he will build the complete CSS, and on production, he will search the twig templates and will only add the styles you need. So you see already from 40 to 69, and only with the used CSS, but still only 24 products. So when you have more products without lazy loading, it will get slower and slower and slower. So and then, so about the lazy loading and the image problem, we also just fixed not fixed, we just set one image to the thumbnail. So we just used the 400 pixel image on the category page, and he is downloading less images, and because of that, performance going high. And this is my local machine, so it's on a hosting system. I would be already happy, I would say, at least many customers. So I guess that's really cool to have this improvements just with purging CSS and with one thumbnail on a category page, and you have a great performance already. And that's also only possible because ShopWare did a really great job. Yeah, just to show you a bit about the problem with the JavaScript. Yeah, you see at the top here is the default Shopware theme and the styles and the JS, and the bottom is the Tailwind theme with, yeah, all CSS is empty. I could just remove it because yeah, there are just colors in there, like because I want to use in the administration, you can define some color values, and I want to reuse them in the Tailwind theme. So there are just variables for colors already. But you see here all JS, it's the same size because everything is in there, like Bootstrap JS. Plugin manager with all the components and so on. And it's, yeah, if I could get rid of that, I mean, we are below 1 megabyte for a category page. And then we could think about putting more and more images on the category page, because I don't know any customer who only want to have 24 products on the category page. That's too much. Most of our customers at least want to have something like 48 or so. Just to give you an impression what you have already, or what you get with Tailwind theme. And yeah, let's talk about, or just explain what we got already. So we have an integration for Tailwind and Alpine. It's working. Alpine is on version 2 at the moment, so we need to upgrade it. We have the build process for dev. That's the traditional build process, I would say, from Alpine. And we have the navigation, because yeah, I decided to build a navigation at first with Tailwind and Alpine. That's a bit yeah, huge task for the first time. But we have also header and footer, but it's not 100% done. There are some parts missing, like search, I guess. And we have a category page with filters. This is working fine, looks also fine, but still using the Bootstrap JS, I want to get rid of. And I have a lot of templates with CMS blocks, CMS elements, and so on. And yeah, just 2 days ago, I integrated the Tailwind JIT compiler for the front end to enable new features for you. So I guess it's a lot we already have, but yeah, it's a long way to go. So that's, yeah, just the vision of what we could build, because yeah, it's open source, it's a side project, so yeah, we can upgrade Alpine. That's a quick win, I guess. We already did that on some project. I think we don't have any breaking changes in the Tailwind theme, but yeah, I need some help, or maybe somebody want to get no to Tailwind CSS and want to style the pages. So we need to go to every pages. Product page is still totally crashed. We need to remove the Bootstrap JavaScript, and yeah, but not the plugin manager, because a lot of plugins, yeah, just extending or building their own components, and so yeah, we need own components, like own, yeah, Tailwind components, Alpine JS components that replace, for example, if we want to use a modal, at the moment it's Bootstrap modal, but we need our own component with a bit of Alpine JS code and a template that is flexible. So yeah, we need also some documentation about that others know that there is already a component. And yeah, also I did not mention it at the beginning, but we should remove some empty DOM elements, because when you search the page or inspect the page, I would say, you will find a lot of elements that are empty. For example, if no variations are used, I mean, that's not so bad, but it's still an element that need to be rendered also when it's empty. So the goal should be, do not render empty elements at all. And I don't know what's the reason behind that, maybe styling or to have always the same structure, but I think we should reduce that. And yeah, for sure, we need some configuration, but I guess configuration would be the last part, because first have a basic template that is working fine and looks fine, and later we can add some configuration to change the navigation. For example, if somebody want to have another navigation, it should be possible via configuration, so that he can that we have more flexible navigations you can choose of. Maybe somebody want to have a mega menu and somebody want to have a minified menu, so there should be different templates you can control via configuration. But this is at the end. And also because we have a lot of cycles testing today, I added there would be a problem, because all the classes are changing in the templates. You need to update your testing scripts for sure. And also it would be really cool if I can motivate some people to help, because I need help for that, at least to finish the theme, or to have a working version of the theme that can be used. I mean, it can be used already, and the templates need to adjust that are missing, but it's an open source project, it's a side project, and it just need help to get a working version, a final version for. So just about just-in-time compiler. So I created or I updated. We use Webpack and Core, and I updated the configuration for Webpack. So we have now 2 configurations in Webpack and Core. One for the default build process, like the old one, dev and prod, and one for the just-in-time. And here you see the Tailwind configuration of the just-in-time. It's pretty slim, so we just enable the mode JIT, and we just set the option purge and the folder where he need to search for the files. So he's searching for all HTML.twig files, and I moved the theme config to a separate file to use it in both files. So normally, variations config, or in Tailwind, it was always a problem, because if you want to have some different variations, you have to update always your config. And the just-in-time mode address this problem, but I will show you in some slides. So first, that's just easy. You need a shopware production system. You just check out the custom plugins folder, you load it, then you check to the develop branch, you use node version, at least higher than 12 something, and then you yarn install the dependencies, and you're ready to go. So that's, I guess, it's easy setup. And we have, at the moment, we have 2 commands like yarn build yit, and here you see there's a warning that it's a preview feature or a beta feature, and that something can change. But in general, it was working for me really fine. It was I think I did not find anything that was crashed or not working. And so, in this command, we watching for changes. So if you change some Twig template, he will regenerate all the files. In the app.js, there's only Alpine in there, and in app.css, there's all the styles from Tailwind that are used, because here we said purge. So the just-in-time is not using some post-CSS purge like it was for the old process. So it's inbuilt in that mode. And the second command, I just use a copy command to copy the files from my public Tailwind CSS folder to the public bundles folder. Yeah, this is just what I need, that in front end always the app CSS gets updated. So it's a bit sad that we need this second command. So normally I work like having two terminals opened, one with this command, yarn build JIT, and one with this yarn copy. So maybe I will find a better solution instead of having two commands. But yeah, for now it was working, and it shows you also what is copied. And he's watching for changes. So if you have these two commands running, then the build JIT will change the app CSS, and the yarn copy will also realize that the app CSS was changed and then will copy. And yeah, so that's the process for the JIT compiler. And yeah, why do we do this? that's the main point. The JIT compiler enables you a lot of new features. Like I said before, the variant thing or the Tailwind configuration. You have all variants enabled out of the box, so you don't need any configuration for that. So, like in this example, disabled opacity 75 will work directly. You don't need to any variations configuration, or you can stack variations. So it's much easier for you, because you can just put the classes where you need them, and then you reload the page and you check if everything is fine. So you don't need to think about configuration. And when you go on the page, like there's the link to the JIT mode documentation, you will find this quote that the JIT compiler will be, for sure, I guess it's working really fine, the default in Tailwind version 3. So also, I guess in my first talk, I was saying that pseudo classes and pseudo elements were not working, and I guess also I read a lot on the web that this is something most of the front end guys missed, and this is now there. It's cool to have this JIT compiler and to have it working and to see how easy it can be. But I also see some danger there, like you always create new dynamic values, but that's you should always think about, like, is there some default value, like with full whatever? You should use it, or you should try to solve your task first with the defaults, and later, if you have some special case, you can create a dynamic value, for example. So yeah, this is about the JIT compiler, and thank you for watching. And now if I have time, I can answer some questions, or we show a front-end demo. I don't know. What you prefer?
So actually, we're slowly nearing the end of the conference anyway, and I think we simply have a couple of questions. But how much time do you think you would need for the front-end demo?
Not that much. I have it open, so
let's go for it.
So I can just show how it's looking at the moment, so you get an impression here. So I mean, yeah, that's the default I was talking about. Like here we have the header, footer, and here this is all already working with Tailwind. Here, for example, it's not finished yet, but here I did a bit more love. We have this navigation, and yeah, we have also, like, when I go on this page, we have a category page, I would say, and this is also working fine with the default. And yeah, I mean, the header is okay, I would say. I mean, you can improve it always. And yeah, you have the filters are working also on the category page. I mean, yeah, there's still a lot of work to do, but in general, you have a good starting point, I guess. Yeah, and for sure, the product detail page, like I said, it's destroyed.
Yeah, but that's the thing with demos, right? So it's not it doesn't need to be perfect. But I think this is giving a really nice impression of the work that you've done.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's actually a couple of questions, and I think they're kind of important also to address. So let's dive into them.
Okay.
For instance, let me double check. Sven Rote is asking, what is the advantage of using Tailwind in the first place? I mean, the Tailwind framework is, for example, a complete other grid system than Bootstrap 4. So somebody would need to override all of the views in Shopware by default to get towards that Tailwind grid. Or another example, the current utility classes from Bootstrap. All of this needs to be rewritten, right? Question mark. So he's a big fan of performance and faster sites, but doesn't it make more sense to create a Bootstrap 5 theme instead?
Yeah, for sure. It would be also cool to have the update and Bootstrap 5 in the Shopware core, and maybe that would make Tailwind and Alpine useless, or the theme useless. So it's for me, it's just a playground also. But I guess also for updating to Bootstrap 5, there will be a lot of effort also for the core team. And yeah, but the problem about the grid system is not that big deal, because I used a tool to convert all the twig files. So the tool is just searching for Bootstrap classes and then copy the changed files to another folder, and you have the correct Tailwind classes. That's not working for all the cases, but most of the things are. I can post the tool here or in the chat, and that's a no-brainer. It was helping me a lot, but I did not put all the templates in the theme. Maybe I should do it, and then it's really nice already.
Yeah, but then it requires still a lot of work, and I think so. The point that is being made is totally true.
Yeah.
But I think actually, if you compare this to in the other days at Reacticon, we're discussing Vue Storefront and PW Studio and Hufa, and with all of those alternative front ends, basically the same question could pop up: isn't it more work to rewrite everything just to move into that new front end than it is compared to just sticking with the same and having less performance theoretically? That's kind of like where the experiment comes in. And I do appreciate that you're running that experiment to begin with. Hey, another question from, let me look up the name, Rico. What is the reasoning behind choosing Alpine instead of something like Headless UI? So he's referring actually to site headlessui.dev, which is there for Tailwind and Vue and React. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it.
No, not really. I mean, I choose Alpine.js because it's really close to Tailwind. So I did not thought about different or other solution in that case, but I'm open to that. So if it's working better, I mean,
yeah, and personally, the impression that I get is that headless UI is not an alternative to Alpine because it's not a separate JavaScript framework, but it's simply just proving how far and how much you can accomplish with just Tailwind. So I can imagine that basically some of the components that you were maybe implementing with a little bit of JavaScript, that those components are just rewritten by headless UI to do it only with CSS3. So for instance, tabs, they could be created with Alpine, but they could also be created with just CSS. And it's kind of like a choice, and the question on browser compatibility and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, Alpine is really thin. It doesn't have that many functions, so I don't saw any problem or only any decision I need to take to something else. So I guess Alpine is, it's fine.
Yeah, and I think on top of it, it's good to know that the combination of Tailwind and Alpine is the most popular one nowadays. So if you dive into Laravel, if you dive into Hufa, for instance, with Magento, then actually that choice is not a choice anymore. It's kind of like a no-brainer. Actually, on Monday, yesterday, we had Bartek Igielski, who's a well-known front-end developer in Magento, and he basically also said that he didn't think Alpine was good enough, so he came up with other JavaScript frameworks like Petite Vue and Fractal, so that there's alternatives out there. But I think, the reality is still that a little bit of JavaScript needs to be in there.
Yeah,
and then Alpine is not a bad choice, I guess. Hey, and you mentioned also the yarn copy command, which is basically kind of like an asset alternative, but then specifically for those Tailwind classes. And you mentioned that theoretically there could be an improvement there, but that would be then still a JavaScript-based solution, right? To make sure that you have that watching in there as well.
Yeah. I mean, I built that 2 days ago, and I searched for a really, really easy solution. I mean, it would be cool to just have this yarn build JIT command, but it's a bit sad that you cannot use, for example, Symlinks, so it will not work, Twig will not work, or I did not research what exactly was breaking, if Twig or Core or something. So normally it would be possible also just have a Symlink from public bundles, app CSS to the one in the plugin. But yeah, that was not working at all. No, and then I need this helper.
Yeah, so I think I bumped into the same problem as soon as I started to experiment with your theme as well, and then basically solving it with a specific command is just as easy. Another question actually from Sven. It would be nice if you could still share the tool that you used to rewrite all of the classes. So you mentioned...
I will check. I just have to look somewhere.
Okay. It's not Windy by any chance?
Windy?
No, that's more kind of like a browser extension that you can use to generate...
It was CLI based, and
Yeah. Hey, and maybe a final question from my side, which is kind of like hooking into what you said earlier. You mentioned that you need help. This is not something that could be carried out by a single developer, because also the questions that we had earlier are actually really about like the concern. Isn't this a lot of work to get done, rewriting all of the Twig templates just to introduce Alpine and Tailwind specifically in there? But yeah, so if people are enthusiastic, then that work would be needed. But do you have any estimate on how much work would still be needed to, I don't know, make it into a stable, or at least to really scale it?
I investigated, I would say 9 days at the moment or something like that in total. And yeah, for me it's like a working or learning project, also like testing what is possible, seeing what can be improved in the core on template level and so on, or to get known to Shopware. And I mean, yeah, maybe there are people out there, they want to work with Tailwind and want to test what is possible there or get to know to that, and also to Alpine and maybe Shopware. And yeah, that's my target group, I would say.
Yeah. But I think it kind of makes sense, right? So my question is a little bit a hard one, because it's kind of suggesting that the outcome of this whole experiment, as you also call it, the outcome would be that there's this perfect theme that you can switch into, and suddenly Tailwind and Alpine is just working out of the box without you doing anything for it. And then you install third-party extension, and that plugin is just working now. But that's not the goal here. The goal here is basically to have that experiment, to have smart front-end developers like yourself work actually to improve the Shopware front-ending system. So the funny thing is, like, the question on Bootstrap 5 is relevant as well, but I believe that actually the upgrade to Bootstrap 5 should be undertaken by the Shopware core team. But that doesn't mean that everyone else, the third-party developers like us, we should sit and just do nothing. It's actually a healthy thing to invest into a better front end, and to have opinions and to make choices other than the core choices. And personally, that's why I love basically to have your talk in here, not because it needs to be a polished and finished story. No, simply because it's just you investing, like you said, 8-9 days. So let's say 10 days, 8 hours a day, 80 hours in total, and then you already come up with all of this, including the experiment, including the questions that you need to ask yourself, like how should I approach this? And I think that's kind of fun already. Within 2 weeks' time, a single developer gets as far as you got already, which is showing hopefully that it's not that problematic. Hopefully, to just come up with something new. That's kind of like what I love about your talk.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, with that, we slowly come into the final stage of today. Anyway, I'm just closing off the screen sharing. It's 5 minutes past 6 in our time zone. Which means actually that we're 5 minutes late, and that's something I've never done before. And the conference day almost exactly on time. And I think actually the final talk with you, Björn, was also really worth it. We had a day full of different Shopware 6 talks, ranging from like the brain dumps of Ben Marks all the way to Shopware PWA and Cypress and the CI/CD. So plenty of different talks in there. And I think actually your talk simply also shows that the Shopware community could come up with experiments and push things forward. So thank you so much, and thank you also for being the final speaker of today, because hopefully this talk is inspiring others to also come up with. And basically that closes down the second day of Reacticon. Tomorrow we dive into a totally different thing, Magento PWA Studio. The show is also going to be run partially by Magento/Adobe itself. But there's also going to be third-party developers in there. And then finally, the fourth day is going to be as inspiring as the previous Reacticon as well. There's going to be a Hufa day. So all of the buzzwords that you, Björn, repeated already are going to be in that day as well. But then, different platform, not Shopware, but Magento. So it's going to be fun. Hopefully everyone is going to join again tomorrow. Stay tuned for more, I would say. Sleep well, and see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you.